6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
So you want me to leave?
Yes, I do want you to leave so that you can get some rest. And not be uncomfortable.
I got rest last night.
Bitch, so that you're not uncomfortable during our sports segment. I see you over there fidgeting around. You're checking your Instagram.
Well, if you're going to talk about athletes who are murderers or drowning dogs or something, I could contribute to that.
Anna,
sorry.
You're gone. You're Gonesville.
Don't say that.
Just take it as a little vacay, honey. I'm trying to do
In fact, I may not even need you tomorrow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I mean, this is a good disc right here.
It's a good Friday song.
Everybody getting ready for the weekend. Everybody's probably still in bed for the most part. I wonder how many people listen to us. I wonder how many people set their alarms for 6 and they're still in bed, but they catch the beginning of the show. and then they kind of slowly, like maybe during the first break, go take a shower. You know, and like I think there's anybody that's into us that much. I bet you there is.
Oh yeah.
You know.
I think a lot of people listen to us on their when they're getting ready for.
I think
work.
Brandon the Quad sets his alarm for like 5:30, so he doesn't we have some really crazy fringers out there. Last night the WWE lost a guy. Has Tampa ties, and I think actually. Last night. What?
Oh, sorry, we were checking the stream real quick. Sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I'm.
It's a circus.
It is a circus, is it not?
Yep.
Bray Wyatt, who I think was.
I knew his sister.
Yeah, she worked at the Bone.
She did. Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing. The family was great.
Oh, the whole family.
Very impressive family.
Barry Windham.
Very grounded
of course,
family.
Mike Rotunda. WWE Hall of Fame, and then Bray Wyatt, I think was her brother, wasn't it?
It was her brother, and I can't even imagine what she's going through. I think she just had a baby like 6 weeks ago.
Oh, it's brutal.
And
Yeah.
Bray was like always like Bray was not only not only did he wrestle for, I think he was a 3-time champion, but he just was so jovial and like fun. He was a fun dude. He was just a fun. I kind of I'm not trying to ride his coattails, but he kind of had a demeanor like me. He was kind of a jokester, kind of a smart ass. He was a really good dude.
Like a prankster? Was that his gimmick?
You just kind of, yeah.
The whole family wrestled, I think, obviously.
Yeah, Barry Windham.
What is it, the tax collector?
Well, Barry Windham is one of the great, is one of the big time,
the grandfather.
Yeah, and then Mike Rotunda had a pretty good run with the WWE. I think he's in the Hall of Fame, and then Bray was his son.
Yes, and then the other brother, I think he goes by Bo Dallas.
Yeah. Anyway, he died. Bray Wyatt,
36.
in Hernando, 36. Now he was a big dude, but he was a big dude like me.
Come on, 36-year-old shouldn't die.
Hold on.
Captain Creamsicle, $200.
Oh my God.
That was last night. I think Captain Creamy came in last night, didn't he? Night.
2:30.
That was
Captain Creamy, 2:30 in the morning.
That was after hours trading, was it?
Oh my God.
But now listen, maybe hold on to your dollars a little bit today. You can be a little stingy with them because we got Bubba 199.
That's true.
It'll be live on Rumble tonight, and Cash App, Venmo, PayPal is the most efficient way to do it. And Lummy, we want to do. We have Bubba 199s are huge.
Yes, they are.
So and Lummy, it's the second to last one you have to qualify for BARP.
Yeah,
we have a Bubba 199 tonight, 8 to 10, and then a Bubba 199 on the 15th of September, which is the cutoff. Like boom, I'm actually emailing the names and sizes to the manufacturer on probably Monday or Tuesday, because we'll have some stragglers, Lummy, that we don't know their sizes. But
of course.
I literally have to have the size and name information, because your name will be on the side of your BARP ring, your Super Bowl quality. I mean, literally, honest to God, that's what people don't understand is the BARP rings are literally like a Super Bowl ring. Like they literally are. I mean, are they not, Dan? Are they not?
Yes, they are.
You're one of
I have a couple.
Well, no. You actually have real Super Bowl rings.
That's what I mean. I have a couple Super Bowl rings.
Right.
Yes, they're very similar, especially the first one.
So, and I make them different every year. I think you're gonna love this year. And again, you have till next. So that we'll do a Bubba 199 on that Friday, September 15th.
DJ Hum Sauce.
What's that? Yeah, we'll do a hum sauce.
Yep.
We'll do a hum sauce there. Tonight's just a regular hum sauce playlist.
Yep.
I did text Wags. I know he's polishing trumpets right now in Elkhart, Indiana. I asked him to get me together a little playlist, Lummy, and then I'm going to put me together a little playlist. And then we got T-Quest. Of course, we can always lean back on if we want to take a little break.
Oh, yeah.
I think Buck maybe and his wife might be coming in to sit in during the show, like today, like at 8:30 or something like that. So be looking out for Buck.
Oh, nice.
And then I think Susan Poitras and Mitch the Mushroom Mark, and then they're doing a cookout. They're using my pellet grill, and they're doing a cookout pre Bubba 199. Are they not, Lummy?
Yes, they
with Lummy's family red hot dog kielbasa that has destroyed the family.
Yes.
That screwed his mom. We're going to be eating the hot dogs and the meat that screwed Lummy's mom out of 7 figures for a lot of years.
That's right. Exactly.
Are they the actual dogs?
Yeah,
you found them?
Well, no.
Are they good? Are they good?
Yeah, they're good. I mean, I think she got a Kabasa and then the Red Hot, the little roadie.
Now, do they carry them anywhere down here? I mean, are they distributed down here at all?
No. That's one thing that.
So it's like a regional thing only.
Yeah, we did that. What I was told is they wanted to expand. My grandfather wanted to expand down to Florida, but his brother obviously just wants to keep it small and regional, like an idiot.
Plus, people in Florida don't really eat hot dogs that much. I mean, it's just definitely like a Northeast and Chicago
it's like
thing,
if I scale up, the amount of money it's going to take to scale up, to unless you had bona fide buyers that you knew for a fact, couldn't say no.
No, he had contracts with like Albertsons, stuff
but
like that.
But he still didn't want to do it, huh?
No.
That's a shame.
Anyway, Wyatt, Bray Wyatt,
his name is Wyndham Rotunda.
Right.
Yeah.
His wrestling name was Bray.
Yeah.
Wyatt. He died of a heart attack. Now he's 36. Now this guy was a big dude, but he also was so athletic. He was a Florida State champion at 275 for Hernando High. Right. So this guy, I mean, if you're 275 pounds and you're a state champion, that means you are wrestling some really big, because the weight class goes like 225, like light heavyweight is 225 to 274, and then super heavyweight is 275 plus. So, Dan, when you're in the 275 plus, man, you're wrestling some big boys.
Yep. Massive people.
Yeah, used to be heavyweight. When I wrestled, they had a cutoff is that heavyweights couldn't be any more than 265.
And now we're talking about real wrestling.
Yeah, folk style high school wrestling.
Okay.
Yeah, and so he was. Back in the day, you couldn't weigh over 275. Now they're like, we're going to have he won the state championship at that. And so there's no way I don't care how heavy he'd gotten or how out of shape he had gotten, which he hadn't, by the way.
Right.
Which he hadn't. There's a recent picture, I think, of him. And he hadn't got out of shape. In fact, right there, he looks like he's in damn good shape.
He looks like football shape.
Yeah, he really does. This is, I think, the last time he made a public statement. This was
19, right?
Yeah, was the last time we saw him. I don't know.
I mean, that's like a TMZ last time we saw him.
Like a last time nationally, he did something that potentially was broadcast, something like that.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We got a little pre-roll really here. Here we go.
It doesn't really say anything. It's just his fiance is pregnant.
On Hulu.
They're talking about it. The name of the baby.
Hey, congratulations on the baby.
Thank you.
That's amazing. You just announced.
This guy's super annoying.
Oh, my Lord.
Look at those baby jugs.
Sneaky suspicion that you were going to be here waiting for me.
Oh, you did? And you were right, man.
So there's no way that dude should have died at 36. I wonder, and I can't really say it.
It mentioned something about that.
Was he vaxxed?
Not about that, but it said he had complications from COVID, is what it said. Something along those lines.
So, all right. Well, anyway, I don't know, man.
I just want to talk about it, right? But, I would usually, again, Bubba, since we've been alive, we've never seen this volume of people.
Fox 13 is saying dies of apparent heart attack.
Yeah, but hold on. Listen, not during our lifetime have we seen athletes,
bona fide athletes,
drop at this rate.
Nope.
I mean, you see like, athletes get hurt through the sport, blown out knees.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about like neck injuries in football.
I'm talking about
people running around and just falling over.
Right.
I sent you an article.
Specifically, Dan, cardiac arrest.
Yeah. Right.
Specifically, I mean, like athletes, that's usually one of the last things they die from because they're so well conditioned.
Unless they're 7-foot-tall basketball players, because those guys do have temperamental hearts.
Because it said it looks like it.
Undisclosed health.
He had a heart attack, which was exacerbated when he contracted COVID-19 earlier this year.
Just hours. Again, COVID. Mm-hmm.
Undisclosed health issue is what I see.
Like, see if you scroll down right below.
That's
He probably had myocarditis.
Fightful Sean Ross Sapp reported Thursday night that Rotunda died of suffering a heart attack. He was 36 years old.
He was 36 years old. Sapp added that Rotunda had been dealing with heart issues, which were exacerbated when he contracted COVID-19 earlier this year.
It's myocarditis. That's what that's saying without saying it.
Is that typically from COVID or more so from the vaccine?
The vaccine seems to have an elevated incidence of myocarditis.
So are you kind of saying this, Dan, and we're not saying it, but we're kind of saying it, but we're really not saying it? And that is like maybe if you were prone to, what's it called, myocarditis?
Myocarditis, which was a known complication of the vaccine.
If you have that, but it's not going to kill you. You have it, and it's not.
Except for it increases your mortality by like 30%.
I understand that, but you got it, and it's going to eventually creep up to you, but probably not at 36, more like at 56, just naturally.
No.
Does the booster kick your condition into overdrive? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
The myocarditis comes from the irritant of the spike protein on the myocardial cells, and so what happens is.
Nobody's got a show that can break it down like that now, do they?
No, they don't.
Exactly. All right, go on, Danny.
When you get the vaccine, your body starts, it has modified mRNA, which is self-amplifying and helps you, express the spike protein, which you ultimately are supposed to build antibodies to. The problem is, it's that it's very inexact. We don't know exactly how long you express these spike proteins, which are by themselves an irritant. And the spike proteins seem to be everywhere in your body, not just like, in your arm where you got the shot. They seem to be in your sperm, in your saliva, in your brain. They seem to be everywhere. They cross the blood-brain barrier. They seem to cross the placental barrier. And when they get into your vascular system, they can cause, the endothelial irritation, which can lead to clots. And they can cause pericardial and myocardial, which is the pericardium is the membrane around the heart. The myocardium is the heart muscle. And those can get inflamed. And people with myocarditis, once you have it, you have a higher chance of dying of a heart attack or sudden death. Your heart is very irritable.
Isn't it like almost twice the size?
That's cardiomyopathy. That's not That's not myocarditis. That's cardiomyopathy. And that's what happens with giant 7-foot basketball players when they die, because they have such a large heart. They don't have a heart attack. They have an arrhythmia, because the heart. I don't want to get long-winded on this.
No, go ahead.
Please do.
But the heart.
I'm sending Macho Man pictures for the screen. So yeah, hold on. Not only am I doing something, but what you're saying is really, really speaking to me. I'm saying, you're really giving us some insight that most people, can't have.
Right.
I'm saying,
And I'm riveted. So
and she's riveted, borderline WAP. So you go, Dan.
This is a sports talk that you can get into.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. By the way, Anna, did I not hold my word?
I was listening.
And did I not hold my word?
Yeah, you were talking about I think the skag for a while. I was like, oh God.
But did I hold my word?
You did. And then you talked about sports, and I was like, okay. And then I shut it off.
So then you're like, you know what? He did me a solid, right?
You did, and I appreciate that.
All right, no problem.
All
so
right,
continue on, Danny.
Dr. Dan.
Go, Dr. Dan.
So the people with the large hearts, which have cardiomyopathy or cardiomegaly, the problem with the heartbeat is that when you fire your SA node and it goes down to your AV node, and it's like the power line for your heart. It requires your heart to sort of like it's like spreading a wave or a ripple in the water, like when you throw a stone in the water and there's the circles, the ripples. So the electrical charge moves through your heart like it spreads through your heart. And that way your heart doesn't just like all at once just squeeze. It squeezes like a rhythm. It does like this. It's more of a wave almost. If your heart is too large, then it takes too long for that wave to make it through the heart. And it's like it's too big of a lake. And by the time the ripple makes it to the other part of the heart, it's already ready to fire again. So because of the timing of the migration of this electrical wave in the heartbeat, it sometimes will trigger an arrhythmia in these really big guys, and that's why they just drop. So we're not designed to be 7 feet tall.
With myocarditis, there's no enlargement of the heart?
Not necessarily. There's inflammation of the heart. So the tissue is got edema in it. It's irritated. It would be more erythematous, and it becomes super sensitive to, heart arrhythmias and to clotting and spasm.
And at the end of the day, we can't necessarily. We have zero data because most, new drugs or new vaccines or new whatevers that are FDA approved and, are made by Big Pharma and distributed as a medication through pharmacies and doctors and what have you. Most of those, I think Anna at one time said the average trial is 7 to 9 years.
It was like 8.9.
And so
get through the FDA.
We didn't. So, realistically, we should be in our 3rd to 4th year of testing all the vaccines they shot in people's arms, right?
Right, because you want to see the somewhat long-term effects of said vaccine.
So they whipped it up and got it out. Did they not? I mean,
Sure did.
they didn't.
Well, here's the problem. I understand them wanting to do that. I understand the rush to the market. The problem is once they started getting the data, they just choose to ignore it. Mm-hmm. So they chose not to test for a lot of things to help rush this thing to market. And then once these other issues started coming up, they decided to just completely bury it. You can't talk about it. You can't write about it. You can't highlight it. And any other vaccine that we've rolled out in the last 30 years that had this kind of
hush.
Mal effects.
This had this many side effects was ripped off the market.
Yeah.
No vaccine. Oh, by the way, this vaccine's caused more side effects than all other vaccines combined to date. So it's you would think that after so many problems with a vaccine that was obviously rushed to market, there would be maybe a pause. Maybe they'd say, okay, maybe instead of just testing this on 8 rats, but we have real life data when we
8
have
rats.
Right, when we have people dropping like flies, people losing pregnancies, people having problems with fertility, these rare accelerated cancers that are showing up on everybody, the increase in all-cause mortality among all the countries that had high vaccination rates, then maybe wait a second. Maybe we should, maybe pause.
Maybe burn a timeout.
Burn a timeout. Check to make sure your tire's not on fire. Just there's a problem here, and it's a shame. And the sin of this all, I don't fault the rushing for the development of the vaccine. I don't fault the first wave of giving the vaccine to the old people. That I don't fault. At this point, my fault and my criticism is that we know that there's some problems and we refuse to discuss it in an open and honest format. And we refuse to say, wait a second, we should burn a timeout maybe, and maybe we should think about who are we actually giving this vaccine to. And maybe there's a better way of making this vaccine that we don't have to express spike proteins indefinitely.
Well, not only that, but maybe the media or content creators or news people or anybody for that matter can talk about it openly and objectively
and
honestly and say and not be penalized for when your answer doesn't fit what the government wants to hear or the government wants
the whole reason why it was pushed through so quickly is because it was granted emergency authorization, and under emergency authorization the only way that can get through is if there's no other alternatives. So when Dan and people, or Dr. Dan, when people like Dr. Dan were talking about alternative treatments to COVID and whatnot, those people were shut down because that was a threat to the system.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, and the system was like, we don't, nope, we're not hearing that
you're
one bit.
You're deplatformed. You're called a quack. You're using horse dewormer, whatever they can say.
And I can't think. I can't think of any other situation in our life that we've dealt with where you couldn't have an opposing opinion on your show or on the news or on on your platform. I can't think of any other. I mean, like for instance, 9/11. There, people were allowed to have an opposing, conspiracy.
On YouTube? You had all kinds of stuff on YouTube.
I mean, you didn't get deplatformed if you said, "Hey, you know what, man? What happened about Building 7? 7 got pulled."
Yeah.
There's all.
Inside job,
right?
You can say that all day long.
There's nothing that I can think of.
What was the Chubby director that made that movie that got that was huge? 9/11 Fahrenheit or whatever.
Oh, Fahrenheit 9/11.
Right.
Oh,
and then Michael Moore.
Yeah.
And then Michael Moore came out with he had a big Columbine deal.
Bowling for Columbine.
Right. He
wasn't censored. They praised him.
You've been able to have an opposing or conspiracy type theory on anything that's happened in our life. I mean, from Columbine to 9/11 to whatever. You could to the election. I mean, they weren't deplatforming people. If you were saying, the Democrats
Hillary won. The Hillary won. You could say that all day long.
Right. You could say,
you could say Stephanie Abrams won all day long. No one say anything. In fact,
don't say Trump won, though.
Oh, God, no.
Because you know what? You might be in Fulton County Jail right now.
Yeah.
Man, what an absolute shiz show.
But I mean, like, what was the effect of people coming out and saying, 9/11 was a conspiracy? Like, how did that affect the money? Once you start messing with the money,
you're right. Big Farm could care less about that.
Yeah, and those are really the people pulling the strings. The people, big pharma, big food, BlackRock, stuff like that. Those are really kind of like the dark figures, the George Soros. We think it's the government. It's really not, because everyone in the government is bought and paid for it.
No, it's the Koch brothers of the Colorado area. It's the Rockefellers.
It's people whose
the
names
John
you
Morgans.
don't know.
It's the John Morgans. I mean, it's seriously
right.
I mean, every time
those are the people that are involved in the World Economic Forum, the people that have grand plans of changing the way the world operates. Those are the people who are really the ones pulling the strings.
Tony Mandridge today at 9:30. Tony's gonna with me announce our new podcast, which will drop every Thursday, starting. Oh, Lummy, what's the first? It'll probably drop on the 7th.
Yes, that's what your plan was.
We're gonna drop it on Thursday, September 7th at noon, and Tony will be on the air with me just to BS a little bit. Damn, are you okay?
Just get that resonator.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not coming down with something. I already told myself it's not an option.
COVID.
No, I don't.
Do I need to give Dan some Clorox wipes and wipe down that whole area?
I need a little plastic screen.
No, I vampired it.
Maybe some cloth masks.
Dan, coming your way.
Good catch.
And then, the 7th, because that's the first week of football.
Yeah, it's called Past Packers Podcast. It'll be me and Tony Mandridge as the host, and then we're going to have every week a past Packer.
It's a great idea.
From MacArthur Lane to Mason Crosby. I mean, that's what we're going to be. From a 1974 fullback to last year's place kicker. We're gonna have former Packers, some obscure, some Pro Bowls, whatever.
How many players are left from Super Bowl I?
I don't know. I think only Jerry Kramer.
One player?
I think. Hold on. Maybe Max. Hold on. Hey, Alexa, how many Green Bay Packers are from Super Bowl I are still alive?
The Packers have appeared in 5 Super Bowls in franchise history, winning 4 of them. They defeated the Steelers in 2011, the Patriots in 1997, the Raiders in 1968, and the Chiefs in 1967.
Stop, please. Thank you. I probably have to ask us some other way.
This is from 2021. It says only 2 starters are still living from Lombardi's first 2 champions.
Okay, who? Max McGee and Jerry Kramer. And I think one of those took a lick.
Did they? Yeah, it looks like and Tom Moore.
Yeah. Well, continue to look into that if you could for me. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Boyd Dowler, Jerry Kramer, and Tom Moore.
Now, is that from 2021 or is that?
That's 2021. I got to look up their names now to see if they're still alive.
Yeah. So we got Boyd Dowler, Tom Moore, and Jerry Kramer.
Yeah.
Those are the 3.
Yep.
I don't even know if we could even get. I mean, that would be I don't know if those guys are. I mean, they're 80. They're in their 80s.
Well, Boyd was born in 1937, and yes, he is still alive.
Boyd is.
Yes.
All right. How about Jerry Kramer is the one that wrote the the famous book Instant Replay, and I think he finally got into the Hall of Fame, but it was a big whodunit getting into the Hall of Fame. And Dan.
He's 87 and he's still alive.
Okay, yes. Who? Jerry Kramer?
Jerry Kramer.
So I was talking to Tony Mandridge yesterday, and he now past Packers can be, players or coaches. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And Tony, when Tony Mandridge was at Green Bay, John Gruden was the low man on the totem pole. He was like the quarterback's coach or something, or like an offensive assistant or something like. But he wasn't, he wasn't Chucky Gruden.
Right.
And he said, man, that guy had like everybody. He literally stayed at the complex 20 hours. He was so prepared. He was like so
hard worker.
Oh my God. He wanted to know. He's like, you think we could get? I go, oddly enough, I think we could get Gruden on because I have one hell of an inside to him.
Especially you got Tony and managers. That would be fun to put the two of them together.
And so, Chuck,
Packer.
Coach might do that.
Oh, he
and
definitely.
And you would assure Coach, we're not going.
It's Tony Mandrich and Bubba.
Not only that,
they love you.
But we're not going any, like,
we don't have to go anywhere he doesn't want to go.
Right. Say, like, if you don't. But he might want to talk about it. He might want to say, yeah, I got a hell of a screw job going on right now. I'm going to be okay. But
he's been deplatformed.
Right.
He was deplatformed. He was canceled.
So, but. I'm gonna. Will you work on that for me?
Sure.
Bubba and Tony Mandrich are doing. Let's see if you got the bullet points. I'm Coach Gruden. Hey there, Dan. What are you doing?
Hey, Coach.
Sorry about your dad and everything, but God dang, he was a hell of a dude, man. I really liked him. He was Jesus. What a hell of a dude. These players, they be whining about certain things. Joe roll up in there. He always got it taken care of, man. So how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, thanks.
I was at your wedding. I saw that Bubba the Love Sponge guy. I said he was a real rascal. I heard some of the songs he made about me anyways. How you doing, buddy? He did walk up to me. I was at Dan's wedding with Jimmy Clevis, and Jimmy goes, hey, don't, really turn over. But Coach Gruden is making his way to you and I right now. I go, what do you think he's coming to talk to us? And he goes, it looks like it. And I go, oh, man. And he goes, and then Jimmy listens to the show. He goes, it's probably, remember that one song where
a couple of the songs
you made where Tony Dungy made you his bitch. Remember? Mm-hmm. Anyway, I made some, we made some Coach Gruden songs, some Chucky songs. And so next thing you know, Gruden goes, so you're Bubba the Love Sponge, I've been told. I go, I don't know how my Coach Gruden impersonation is, but I go, yeah, Coach, I am. Nice to meet you. He goes, yeah, nice meeting you. I just want to let you know I hear some of those songs. I hear some of those songs that you play on your show about me. I go, yeah, we're just. He goes, you're a rascal with some of those songs, buddy. I'm telling you, you're a real rascal. And then he left, and I didn't know what that meant. I don't know if he was calling me an asshole or a smart ass. I don't know what he was saying, Dan. I don't know.
Rascal's a perfect word because you don't know what he meant. You know what I mean? He purposely made it that way.
And he's so good at that, like where he's like, I'm just telling you, man, you're a real rascal with those songs. I'm like, so Jimmy left and says, he hates you. And the interaction was literally like less than 30 seconds.
He's one of those guys that he can come up and talk to you for 30 seconds and leave such a mark on you in just 30 seconds. It's amazing.
Anyway, see if you can get that done for me.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so I'm Coach. What do you got to tell me, Dan? What do you want, buddy?
Hey, my flag football team is starting up again, so I definitely want you to come by and give these guys a little inspiration.
Oh,
but
yeah,
also,
yeah. It's no problem. I like talking to the kids, Yes, no problem.
Also, I know we talked about going on the radio, and I have two things I'd like you to do. I'd like you to come on the main show, but also Bubba's doing a show with Tony Mandrich. Remember Tony?
Yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, we were in Green Bay together. I was low man on the totem pole. I was quarterback coach, and he was this big slinging D. He ended up being a bust. But, I remember big old Tony from Michigan State. Nick Saban recruited him, because he knows everything about everything.
Oh, he does know everything about everything.
He's originally, he knows everything. He knows everything.
The pedigree of everything.
Right, like he knows everything. Like, rather than just saying, yeah, I know him, he goes, oh, yeah, I know Tony. He went to Michigan State, and Nick Saban recruited him. Now, his brother, John, he went to Kent State, see, and then Tony followed him and played his last year of high school over there in Ohio. Did you know that?
Yeah,
he would say that, right?
He would say exactly that because he knows everybody.
I know.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Tony Mandrich. Yeah. What about him?
Well, he and Bubba are doing a podcast called Past Packers.
Right.
And so they'd love to have you on.
Oh, man. I'd love to.
And Tony said that, you guys knew each other back in the day, and I think it would be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, Dan. Write me down for that one.
Okay. Sign up.
Oh, you have to do that for me, buddy. Absolutely. All right, so that we're really on time today, so that the Anna Hummel show can start really literally Anna Hummel show can start today at 10:05 if she wanted to. No, I don't think you can. Dan, now, do we have the scoop on this?
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, should media be listening to us, and this should be the media has not picked this up.
No, this was done quietly.
And this is kind of a big story.
I think it's an awesome international story because of the video is so good. It's so compelling. I can't believe Fox, CNN, MSNBC, CBS didn't pick this up because they don't know about it.
Well, hold on. So what I'm saying is, I know that you local media don't like to give us any coverage because you hate me. And that's fine. But this isn't about me. This is about me breaking a story for you. Keep me out of it. I mean, you might be able to say, I guess you could possibly say, as exposed today on the Bubba the Love Sponge show. But they won't even do that, Dan.
Local Tampa DJ.
No, they won't even give us the pop that we the ones that broke this. They're just going to go with it and act like they broke it, right?
Right.
No good mother effers unless Gail does it for. I love Gail. Dan,
Love her.
Dan, I know I don't want to get any HIPAA violations, okay? But I do know that Gail Guayardo is a patient of yours. I think I can say that, can I?
I mean, you can say it.
Okay.
I can't say it.
I've talked to Gail, and I know Gail sees you, okay? Man, I don't know, whatever you're like, if I'm, what is she, 52, 51?
Yeah,
if you wanted to use an example of a person that totally keeps up on their skin and like just totally takes care of themselves and tries to do the latest in rejuvenation and skin care and, for as women age gracefully, God, Gail looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Man, she looks good. I don't know what you're doing. I'd walk in as a woman if I was 50 and said, hey, whatever's Gail's doing, whatever.
Give me the Gail.
Give me the Gail Guayardo, please. You should actually have a package called
the GG.
You should have a package called the Gail Guayardo.
Right.
Because she looks 40. Like she looks so.
She is aging well.
She looks so
and
beautiful.
She had a rough couple of years, but she's doing great now.
And but she works for. She still does some like freelance stuff for Channel 8, and she's like, man, she used to be the morning co-anchor for years and years and years, well renowned and here very well known here in Tampa. And then a couple of years ago, she's like, hey, I'm 50. My girls are going to college. I want to start. And morning television is even tougher than morning radio as far as you got to get there like at 3.
Oh, I know. It's brutal. Because remember when Jimmy dated...
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so back in the day, I just remember her getting up literally like at 3 o'clock to
right.
get to
exactly.
The news. It was torture.
So Gail was like, listen, she's very wealthy. Gail's very wealthy. Her family's very wealthy.
John, Ken, $100 on the cash.
And she's like, I don't need to do this anymore. And so she kind of semi-retired. And now she just does some like freelance stuff. I think
she's happy. She's she's not overworked and she's in a good mood.
We should get this information to Gail.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, let me go into words. We're almost at the 35 mark, Lummy. Yeah, you don't have to remind me. I'm going into words right now. But there's Dan. If we were to tease him, we would say that there's a teacher that teaches at. Well, let me just let you tell the story. I mean, you probably know it better than I do. Tease it. We're going to go into commercials and then we'll cover it. So what are we going to cover next?
We're going to cover a teacher that made some videos that were discovered by the students in my daughter's school. And within 3 hours of the first student finding the first video, the entire school knew and the teacher was fired, sent home that day.
Talk about going viral, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we'll get into and was she a regular like she wasn't
she taught religion.
Of course.
So she was a full-time teacher.
Full-time, but this was her first year at this school. She came from New Orleans.
And this is not, Hillsborough County. This is the private school sector.
Yeah, this is one of the nicest schools in Tampa Bay.
Right. This is the kind of school where, it's $20,000 a year to send your kid.
Yeah.
Right?
At least.
Right. Which even makes it more salacious, right? I mean, because sometimes the public school system, they can't be choosy on the teachers they get.
Yeah,
so
I would know.
They're begging for teachers.
Yeah, but when you're a private school, man, you got teachers beating your door down because you're dealing with rich kids, not the dredge of society. Yeah, you got right. And you probably make more money too.
I don't know. I think they probably make less.
Anyway, we'll get into that. This is listen. Gail, Channel 8, Channel 13. You need to be listening or watching. Better yet,
watching. Yes, there's some amazing video coming up. Shocking.
All you news directors for all the channels need to be watching me on. It's as simple as going to YouTube and type it in the Bubba Army. Go in and follow and go into and watching us live. The live feed will pop right on up, and you'll get all the information you need to have one ass-kicking story tonight.
And don't forget to give us a thumbs up.
And you know what? You might want to, and more importantly, subscribe to the channel.
Follow, and subscribe.
Like, follow, and subscribe, you news directors. We got some good stuff every once in a while. I know you hate me, but I'm giving you a scoop. There's not a television station in the world right now that has this story, but
doesn't want it.
But there's not a television station in the world that wouldn't want it. It's that salacious.
It's that great.
It's coming up next. My name is Bubba the Love Sponge, and God, I'm late for break.
Oh, you fell for that old guy.
Now get out of here!
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Did you ever get a tactical bag?
The
Bubba Army one.
Yes.
Okay.
I have it. Thank you. I use it. I have something in it.
Oh, dude.
We're reordering them.
What was that?
Oh, Lummy, your belt just fell around.
Lummy, what the fuck on the belt?
I set it on top where I always do.
Sit on top of what?
Sit right here.
I don't know. I didn't touch it. Maybe when you walked by, you knocked it.
Oh, did she leave? Damn it. Can I go out there next week to listen to something? This week, sure, I got you. So I was trying to buy the monsters and one yesterday.
So Dan, I really do think that Coach would go on under those.
Oh, definitely.
Under
No,
those
yeah, there's no
circumstances.
BS. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, just
He
straight.
said he'd do the regular show. Of
I
course
know,
he'd do
I know,
something,
but
Tony.
straight Packer talk, man.
Yeah, he would love that, dude. He loves talking about the old days, whatever those old days were. Packers, Bucks.
But am I not right, man? Like he is a fucking walking encyclopedia of football.
Oh, he is such a student of the game. He is such an authority on it. He's one of the best.
Yeah.
One of the best. Iconic. I'm not sabotaging nothing, Niggy. But good morning. It's Big Red, Creatine, Nick, Holy Yoke, Parmesan, Fin 212. Where have you been?
I mean, Bird Farm, John's Island. Does he just have one of those, like, photogenic memories?
Who, him?
Yeah.
Yeah. He probably knows wines, too. You know, I can't remember that shit. I don't have that kind of memory.
Yeah.
Word memories. Yeah. I can't remember wines and
Because, like, they always
baseball
say
stats.
They always said it's like, obviously the plays were just so.
I watched the game. I watched the baseball game yesterday. Let me.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, they swept the Rockies.
So are they still behind the
Yeah.
Baltimore?
But they're. I think they can win without Franco.
Oh yeah, I mean their offense.
I mean, is there any new news on that?
No, they're still kind of keeping it. It's under investigation. So
Wait. This is Fort Myers from last year.
I too.
Trying to hype up. Yes, the fall, we gotta hype up the hurricanes. We gotta hype up the COVID.
Well, that's what we do with the taco meals. We'll say those for tacos.
Remember how you always do my little tortillas?
The second one, 2020.
Thank you.
Every single, like, I think 90% of the
Thank you.
things that I'm saying have all come up now. To be true. And they all blasted him on it. Just watching it is like, you know, like I remember after it, people were like,
Yeah, right.
he just.
Mummy, did you get a tactical bag?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I have something in it too.
Hey, straw hats are coming.
Sweet.
Did you get one of those?
Yes, I did.
Oh, Dan, I don't think Dan's a straw hat
I'm
guy.
not really a straw hat guy. No, you're right.
He leaves behind 4 kids.
You get like a little Bubba gold dong you get on it, right? Little banana hammock.
Oh yeah, you're right. So yeah, you can protest anywhere, but now if you protest Ukraine, you get the platform almost.
Yeah.
And the lots of people that protest Ukraine.
Not right. Don't do that. Just like on Twitter, if you didn't post the Ukraine flag and put BLM on there, you know, people judged you.
They trust you, is that you said?
Judged you.
Oh, those.
If you didn't put it on there.
Oh. It's kind of like Passover. It's like the blood on the fucking door threshold.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the gang won't mess with you.
Yeah.
It's really, it really kind of reminded me of that when people were putting BLM on the plywood over the businesses.
Oh, definitely.
It was just like Passover. It was just like the lamb. No, the lamb's blood.
On
the
the
lamb's
door.
blood. Yeah.
To prevent, so the angel of death would pass over and not kill your firstborn son.
Right.
Imagine if you're just like hanging out. If it was that, you're just looking at your buddy that's putting it over, and you're not really religious at the time. You're like, yeah.
Someday he takes it like.
Yeah.
Just put BLM on that plywood.
Mm.
Yeah, they won't burn your voting down.
That was some dumb shit.
Dumb shit is the people that didn't do it were fucking attacked socially, on media and everything else. Not just physically attacked, but attacked.
Mm-hmm. You mean that
And it turned out it was a bullshit organization that was stealing money from all the people contributing.
Oh yeah, people with huge platforms were like being called out. Like, why are you being silent? You're being complicit.
Yeah. If you're not pro, then you're against.
Yeah.
Your silence is against us.
I didn't say shit.
I wasn't allowed to. Fucking mouth shut.
I wasn't allowed to. I was like, who controls you? And then you're like, Steve. I'm like, oh, okay.
Revolution. Boom. Your ears are in for some severe blunt force trauma. Bubba the Love Sponge. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Tonight, 8 o'clock, Bubba 199. So save your money a little bit today. We're expecting a little bit of a slow day. Just because Lummy, they're keeping it for the 199.
Of course.
This person's been ringing me all morning, and I'm busy. I got an exclusive news thing to break. So hopefully this is very important. If it's not, I'm gonna have to let you go quickly. Hello.
Right on. Long-time fan. Appreciate you taking the call. I have just a couple questions specifically to Dan. Dan, I'm trying to figure out a way to get hydrochloroquine and ivermectin. My wife has taken the jab, and I believe she has shed the spike protein on me and my son, which in return we got it. Our plan is to try to get these supplements or these medications to where I can have them and I can take them prophylactically, but I also want to, put her on a regimen to try to clean her out.
Where do you live?
I live in Cape Coral.
Call my office, 813-876-3611 or 888-8-DIACOS.
4-8 and Diacos, and Dan will
help you.
Dan will help you.
Call my office.
No, it's 4-8. Hold on here, buddy. Slow it down. It's 4-8, so that would be 8888, and then DIACOS. Say it one more time.
Okay,
no, hold on. No. Repeat it. Repeat. No, you may not got it. I want to make sure you got it because I'm trying to get you better. What? Repeat it to me. Repeat it to me.
All right. Dirty D says 1-888-834-2267.
There you go. He even broke the numbers down.
Okay, yeah. Call after 9:30 and we'll help you.
I got one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard the story about the book that came out about the fire in Hawaii one day before the fire even started?
What?
Oh, God. I know Anna's all whapped out now.
There's a book. Dude, I'm telling you guys, look it up. It's the government started this shit, bro.
Oh, watch your language.
Can't say the S word.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, brother.
Cool
I'm
word.
sorry, but yeah, there's a book that came out a day before, and then the fire happened a day later.
What would the book say? There's going to be a disastrous fire that kills 2,000 people tomorrow?
Yeah, it basically told exactly what happened, and it printed it a day before. And then the fire, they didn't say it was going to happen tomorrow. They printed it in thinking that it was already done, but they released the book too soon.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and look.
Book?
Listen,
What's the
buddy.
book called?
Fire and Fury, I believe.
Fire and Fury.
Possibly, I'm not sure of the name.
All right, we got Lummy. Hey, we got Lummy on it. Call Dan's office, okay?
How do you make a
All right,
book
guys,
on
love
that?
the show.
All right, love you. Don't forget for all you people that are shopping on Amazon. Lummy, I actually turned our wish list back on our landing page, amazon.thebubbarmy.com. If you sign in to your Amazon through our landing page, then we get a small little percentage for our foundation. Lummy, it's not a lot, but we've raised like $410 so far. That's not, that's not, that's better than nothing.
Of course.
They screwed all charities. I have a recognized 401c3 Bubba the Love Sponge Foundation that writes checks to widows of fallen police officers. And to date, we've given over $1 million to the men and women of law enforcement, and we sponsor other things too. Remember the little African American kid who got his motorcycle ripped off?
Yeah.
And I went and bought him a new motorcycle, and the couple that got thrown out of their condo. We've helped the bulletproof vests that I bought for the Manatee County Sheriff's Department K-9 unit. So we try to do good stuff. And so if you sign in on through your Amazon, if you go to your Amazon and you signed in through our landing page, which again is amazon.thebubbarmy.com, a small, very small portion of what you buy, goes to us from Amazon, not you. Also, Lummy, we have a wish list. Like things like that we use around here. We used to, you guys can send us our little packages and stuff, like for snacks and cleaning supplies and things. It takes a village to keep this radio program on. And Lummy, we got wiped out of Head PE. We had a lot of snacks until Head PE came here.
Yeah.
Wiped us clean on out. Did they not?
Yeah. Now we just got Twinkies and Ho-Hos or something out there now.
Tony Mandrich on today at 9:30 to announce our new podcast called Past Packers Podcast. And so I got to think, Rhett, you could probably make this next segment a segment in itself, because I would want maybe the news media, Dan, could refer back to this particular this segment. Segment could be like, Bubba Breaks exclusive salacious private teacher story or something like that. I don't know. So here you go for all you news directors and people in the news industry that should be covering this. I mean, there's all types of teacher stories usually go right to the top, right? I mean, they're all teacher stories.
Yeah, drunk teacher blasting the kid.
Yeah, yesterday, one of our segments was the drunk teacher
getting arrested.
And she was 3 times the legal limit of being drunk.
It's hard to get that drunk, isn't it?
Yeah, but you've done it before when you've gotten that drunk, and you damn near. She went the whole entire school day and pulled it off for the most part, but she was 3 times the local limit. We talked about that, and then all too often we talk about of course teachers that have hooked up with kids and things like that.
See if they're guilty,
but
if they're hot or not.
Yeah, if they're hot, and if it's a male teacher and it's on a female student,
cool.
we're like that's just straight perv, like that ain't cool at all. But if it was like a 22-year-old, this is her first year and she's hot as hell, and the guy's 18, senior, starting football player.
Front page.
That's kind of hot.
If it's a Mary Kay Letourneau deal.
Yeah, it's kind of hot. We kind of like
with a hot 12-year-old boy.
Well, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't go down to the 12s, okay?
No.
Don't try to make
Mary
us
did.
Don't try to make us something that we're not when we come to the teacher deal. So we have another teacher deal. And never in any of the teacher stories that we've ever in the history of this program. In the history of this program, I bet you, Lemmy, that's one of my, you guys that prepare my show, when you see a teacher story, that's one of my little hot, I like teacher stories.
Yeah.
Right.
We know what you like.
Yeah, you know what I like. And so we never in my radio career have I had a teacher story that actually was a teacher that was, in my world, so to speak.
Directly affecting someone in your world.
Right. Dan Diaco, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, lawyer and doctor and overall pimp.
Coach.
coach, just Father, Son, the Holy Ghost, and the Holy Grail. He's everything. He's got a golden microphone, a large, darker skinned penis, a lot of money, and $15 protein shakes don't scare him.
No.
So anyway,
16.
His kids go to this private school. Should we?
I mean, I don't know if we need to say it right this second.
They're going to find out.
Yeah,
I mean, the media is going to find out.
Academy of Holy Names.
Okay, so the Academy of Holy Names, which is a private school,
Catholic school,
a private Catholic school here in Tampa,
but it still has kids that aren't Catholic that attend. I mean, there's like Jewish kids and there's Muslim kids and non-religious kids. You don't have to be Catholic to attend, but there's a Catholic theme.
But like this teacher here,
a God theme to the school,
right? So it's expensive to send your kid there. You can send your kid to to public school and it costs you virtually nothing. That's part of your taxes. Or you can send your kid to private school. And with private school, you think that probably one, your kid's a little more protected. Two, the teacher, the curriculum's a little bit better. It's
Probably.
just everything's a little bit better. It's
and 100% of them go to college.
Yeah, for the most part.
The entire graduating class goes to college every year.
Well, all right. So public school, what is it? 50-50 at best?
My school was 30%.
Yeah.
Northeast High.
So
30%.
Dan, his daughter, Sophia, I'm just going to let you tell the story, the timeline, how it all evolved. This is a religious teacher. She teaches religion at the Academy of Holy what?
Names.
Academy of Holy Names here in Tampa, Florida. And Dan, take it over from here.
So she's a sophomore there, and
your daughter is.
My daughter Sophia is a sophomore there, and one of the classes she has to take is religion. It's in the curriculum throughout the whole, your whole schooling there, and they do pre-K through 12 for girls and pre-K through 8 for boys. So both my kids are there. Anyway. So she's had this class 4 times so far. This is a new teacher that came from, I believe, New Orleans, and she was teaching religion. And my daughter actually had a couple comments about it. She thought she was really weird. She said that she had like a dry sense. The teacher announced that she had a dry sense of humor, and she said, if I'm laughing, something's wrong, which is a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, especially the kids.
And then there was a Jewish girl in her class, and the teacher kind of isolated her with questions in front of everybody. Like why that, and just weird questions. And so Sophia thought she was weird, and Sophia's got a pretty good thermometer when it comes to people. You've seen her interact with people, Bubba. She asks interesting questions.
Well, she's attentive. She's attentive, and she's smart.
And she's smart. And she understands. She has that intuition about whether or not a person's a good person.
Now, little Danny, on the other hand, he's a little more spacey.
Right, yeah,
I mean, if I was to analyze your kid, Danny's a little more spacey. He's kind of out there.
He's chasing butterflies.
He's not. Yeah.
And melons.
Exactly.
And he's looking at hot chicks.
He's looking at girls and football players.
And talking to his buddies about Call of Duty and whatever games he's playing.
Right.
But he doesn't really know the ins and outs of whatever teacher is teaching him. He doesn't. I don't know anything about that teacher.
Exactly.
I barely know the teacher's name.
Right. But the girls gossip.
Right. So anyway, exactly. So
she had 4 classes with her total. She said all the classes were kind of weird.
Hold on. Sophia had this teacher 4 different times?
4 times so far this year.
Right.
Yeah. Because
you mean classes?
Yeah, she had 4 specific classes with her since the school started.
All right, so since school classes, she's been taught by this person 4 times.
4 times total. And was really, like she said, she said that the teacher was strange, bizarre, made everyone uncomfortable. Some people liked her, but most people thought she was weird and made them uncomfortable because she was, different, we'll say.
Right.
And
no, but had anybody complained to administration, or it was beyond? It wasn't.
It was so early in the year, Bubba. We hadn't even done parent. Most people don't bitch about teachers until after parent-teacher night, unless there's a real big problem. Because most people say, listen, first couple of days of school, everyone's kind of getting there. Everyone's a little awkward, trying to get to know each other, and after that parent-teacher night,
like 3 months after, like
not even 3 months, like 3 weeks. Like we already had Danny's, and Sophia's is next week. So it's like
Do you go to those things?
I went to Danny's.
Yeah, I
go to some of them.
I never went
you
to
never went to them?
I go to some of them.
Oh, I loved it when my parents would go because I always got good reviews.
I would never go. I'd be like Tyler. If I go to a parent-teacher conference, is your teacher going to say that you're a good kid? And do you cause any problems? No. Have you been in any trouble yet so far? Okay. Well, I need to go then.
What if the teacher was really hot?
Well, I did go to a couple of those when she was hot. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, apparently, this teacher has an alter ego.
As we all do.
Yeah. But I don't know.
But hold on. As we all do, but we're not teaching kids.
But we're not teaching kids. Exactly.
In religion.
And we don't have a page called Missy Boom Boom the Clown.
Right. We have a page called Bubba the Love Sponge the Clown. But anyway, you're right. We don't, we're pretty transparent. Our YouTube channel reflects what we do, naturally, right?
Right. We're not dressing up in furry animals on a regular basis.
No.
We're not clowns. I'm not a clown. And, we don't do,
listen.
Clowns are freaky.
Here's the thing. Clowns, you could be the nicest guy in the world or the nicest woman in the world with the best intentions of being a clown and just being funny and just want to be but the public persona, the public perception of clowns automatically is one of weirdness.
Yes.
Like you automatically think that person's got a screw loose if they want to be a clown. Am I not right?
Yep.
I mean, you could have the best intentions in the world. The minute you tell somebody, on the weekends I do a clown gimmick, you're like, whoa, hold on.
Wait a second.
First of all, my kids are never, no. Hell, an old guy playing Santa Claus at the mall, I actually know some fatter old guys back in the day, like in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, and they would have a real professional Santa Claus outfit, like a real pro one.
They look like Santa?
Yeah, like a real authentic pro one with sleigh bells and stuff. And they'd make $150, $200 a day at the mall.
Really?
No, they'd make a guy. I know a guy that could make $5,000 during Christmas season playing Santa.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and he wasn't. He had kids.
Retired.
He had kids and grandkids and the whole nine yards. And but with it. The movie Bad Santa, with it comes like kids pooping on your pants and, kids crying and tearing your beard off. So you have to be kind of tolerant because it's the Wild West.
You'd be a horrible Santa.
You don't know me?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm like, listen, kid, get the hell out of here. What the hell are you? You smell. You think you pooped your pants? Tell your mom to change a diaper. Jeez.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a clown.
All right,
or Santa.
This woman who's a religious teacher.
Religion teacher, yes.
At your daughter's high school. She's first-year teacher from New Orleans.
First-year teacher there. She's been teaching for a few years. She's young.
So how does it get out?
Someone discovered this. I don't know how they discovered it, but one of the kids discovered it, and within an hour, the entire school knew. And by the end of the day, she was sent walking.
All right, so
now, let's go back to show you the picture. The one that Sophia sent me was not that one.
Now, is this a teacher?
Nope, that's the teacher.
But this is her, though.
We're just trying to get
we're just trying to get. We're just trying to. We're trying to get here. Hold on.
Can we get some sound?
I'm trying to, bitch.
Sorry.
I'm about to get mine. Hold on here.
I am a moon drifter going through phases of shed and birth. My head won't stay on this earth. I will unzip in skies of space. The old me will erase, never forgotten. There is nothing rotten in change. Embrace the new and the strange. You call me indecisive. Always in crisis, my ectasis is not from serpent but from within. The sun slivers beneath my skin.
Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not the one that she showed me. That's not what got her in trouble.
Hold on. Which one got her in trouble?
Go back to the original page you had.
I know.
You call me a shapeshifter.
Bubba, I'll get it for you.
Hold on.
Hold on. Top right.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what got her in trouble.
This is what got her thrown out?
That's what got her thrown out, but the one next to it, there's more. It's not just that.
You sold me on heaven. So is this like, I don't believe in what I'm teaching?
Exactly. That's the whole point. She's mocking Christianity and Catholicism in her freaking stupid clown videos.
While she's being paid to teach that.
Right, and she's a creepy clown.
Hold on here. Hold on.
Hey, Catholic Church.
What disaster. I try not to panic. In the mirror and find what inside. You sold me on heaven.
You sold me on heaven. And you burned it all down for the hell of it. What a disaster.
I try not to.
That's not the one that actually did it either. It's the one right there.
This right here.
That one.
This is what.
Keep calling me crying, bitch. Dance how you kill this. I
When
misunderstood
you
the
got
assignment.
into teaching religion to help the
I
youth,
misunderstood the assignment.
but they are leaving the church in groves. Am I part of the problem or part of the solution?
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot of these on TikTok.
When you got me into teaching religion to help the youth, am I part of the problem or part of the solution? But they are leaving the church in droves. Yeah, that's not good for business, is it, buddy?
No, stupid. It's stupid.
Was she trying to get fired?
Weird. It's weird.
I sent you some from her TikTok.
Look at those. Okay,
there's a
see
lot more about the Catholic stuff on their TikTok.
Right, and look at those. Look at all that white above her eye. Crazy cuckoo.
All right, let me. You sent me. Hold on. What'd you send me, Lummy? I'm trying to find it now. I don't know where it pulled up.
There's a lot of TikTok.
And imagine how much time it takes to put on all that clown outfit and makeup and all that stuff for these little videos you have 100 views. Hey, Catholic Church.
This is some insecure bitch that is not getting enough D.
Oh, she's flat out psychotic.
And she just wants to be seen in some way, shape, or form.
Right, in my opinion.
Oh, all this is our opinion, every ounce of it. But, Dan, I got to tell you, you have a pretty, I think you have a pretty good standing to have a pretty good opinion considering that your daughter is taught by this person. I think your opinion is one that really should be, considered.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if there's anybody that could have opinion, it could be you. You just don't want anybody to turn it around and act like you're being, bullying or anything like that.
Right. I'm not bullying. I'm just so glad that this I think potentially unstable person is teaching my daughter.
No longer.
No longer. I'm so happy about that. Look at her. What is she? What the
hold on now. Oh. Hold on. Hey, Catholic Church, we need to talk. Gender, sexuality, stand against. What does it say? What is that? That thing that the tiger's holding.
Yeah,
stand against.
I can't read it.
Homophobia, xenophobia, speciesism.
Loudly judging you. So this is directed. Hold on. This is directed to her employer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, God.
If Anna comes up with this kind, although I wouldn't mind Anna being in a clown, maybe calling me out a little bit. That might be good for the view clickers.
Yeah. In clown makeup and
Bubba,
a corset.
and working at the BRN. They're all a bunch of not telling me the secrets, mother effers. I hope they die. Shalom.
And then sneeze.
Hey, Bubba the Love Sponge. And then it's Anna look hot as a clown.
Hey, Bubba. Ooh, her eyes move independently. That's weird.
The thing about it, Dan, is she's kind of hot as a nerd.
She's a hot clown.
She's a hot clown. She's a hot clown. It's too bad, but I mean, she's looking for a job right now, is she not?
Yeah.
Maybe we can have her in the studio for an interview.
That's that cuckoo right there. Look at that.
What is that? Quality.
All right, women will govern. Mom. Okay, hold on.
So much.
Women will govern.
Yeah.
Smashing the
patriarchy.
Yeah. Men of quality, not equality. 28th Amendment, women's equality. Men's splaining free zone. Okay. There's a lot going on here. Loudly judging
28th Amendment is firearms.
Margot something genders. 100 years of women's suffrage. Not your privilege. You don't own me.
Notice your privilege.
Be better, do better. Wow.
Huh.
So listen, all of you news stations need to get on this. Her YouTube channel is Missy Boom Boom the Clown. Now, Dan, would it be?
It's frightening.
Would it be inappropriate? Would it be? Can we say her name?
I don't care.
Because it's.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Her real name?
And After she got fired, she made her YouTube channel public.
Public?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Most people lock it down.
No, she made it public. That's how miswired she is.
Most people be like,
right,
man,
take it down.
Channel 13's fixing to do a big thing on me.
Mm-hmm.
I need to lock this down so they can...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ready or not? Here it.
Wait, so it was private before?
It was private before until she got fired.
No, it's
You call me a shapeshifter.
See, this is the
am
weirdest
a moon
one. This makes her look so bizarre
How did
right
they find
here.
it if it was private, the kids?
I don't know. I don't.
You gotta embrace failure.
Maybe she sent it to one of the kids.
Yeah,
like she was friends with one of them. And she's like,
Probably.
oh, check out my cool clown stuff.
Yeah, you know what? She probably
Maybe she
befriended.
opened up one of them.
She probably befriended one of them, Anna, and then all it takes is one.
Right.
And then the one,
Is the soil that brings forth the plant of success. In other words, with every failure is the seed for success. You cannot succeed without failure in the same way that a tree cannot grow if you don't bury the seed in the soil.
Right. Well, hopefully she'll have success as a clown now.
You've got to embrace. You've got to.
I know what it feels like. So I'm going to spend the rest of my life helping other people feel less broken.
Yeah, this is not who I want teaching. This is who I don't want Sophia in front of her. I mean, Sophia is such a beautiful, nice young woman. I wouldn't want this woman to have any interaction with her at all.
No.
None.
It's so weird. The videos are bizarre. And, her makeup.
But hold
first
on.
of all, let's do one thing.
Hold on. Well produced and very well made up.
Yes, exactly.
Like
These
the
are
only
great
life she
videos.
has is the amount of hours it would take to shoot this much content. Like she must just go to work and then come home and do this stuff.
Put the makeup on and start videoing. I mean, it looks like it took tons and tons of time and money.
I mean,
That
she had
stuff's
to
not
produce
cheap.
all this too.
Yeah.
The hand. Yeah, no, that's not actually real. It's not. You have to actually finish it. I do? Yeah. Ah, fuck.
All right, so we saw that one.
Bump your knee and think, well, this is it. I'm dead. I can see the light. Bump your knee and
Bump your knee.
I just wanna feel something, tell me where to go.
Oh, I do like Evanescence.
Yes.
Home.
See now.
But this is even more bizarre
but
than
hold
clown.
on, but
this
hold
is
on.
Tortury.
But hold on. This wouldn't have gotten her fired. First, I drink coffee, then I do things. This isn't making fun of her church. This isn't making fun of her employer. This is just, some crazy bitch with some effort. This wouldn't probably get her fired. I mean, you
Except for the guy with the domination mask.
but I'm
that's
saying,
kind of weird, but still. It wouldn't get you fired.
You could say this was a theatrical kind of thing.
No.
Yeah.
I can justify it.
Yeah.
Save
Like if this is all she did, no problem. But then she gets into stuff like this. Hold on. Damn it.
You're a little too soft and a little too sweet. You're not like the boys that usually like me. And I'm sorry that I'm so suspicious. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you're a little too nice and a little too kind. And you're not like the boys that I usually like. And I'm sorry that I'm so suspicious. You're just so good to me that I don't trust it.
Yeah, that's
Her eyes move weird.
That's a little weird for a teacher.
Oh, hey.
The end is near.
As long as I got your love, you know that I'll never leave.
Well, I mean,
silly.
Anyway, what's her name?
Missy Boom Boom the Clown.
Missy Boom Boom the Clown. I don't know her official name. I don't have a full name on it for you.
All right, well, here,
dude. I mean,
Missy,
bizarre.
Missy
I could
Boom
spend
Boom.
hours on her channel.
I could too. I could too. She might end up making more from the dads that go to her TikTok and to her YouTube than their salary she was going to make. So she's like, "Oh, this is a big setup. You fell for it."
Now, how long do you think it would take to do that kind of makeup? That's like an hour or two of makeup, right?
Yeah,
Isn't it? Without exaggerating.
Yeah.
Anna?
Oh, easily.
I don't really do makeup, but that is a lot.
Her TikTok has a lot of different ones.
It's important to pay attention to synchronicities. We spend our first 25 years of our life building an identity and ego. Here is why psychologically it is important to pay attention to synchronicities. We spend our first 25 years of our life building an identity and ego that is solidified in its perspective. Here is why psychologically it is.
Do you see her eyes moving independently?
Yeah,
Bubba, are you noticing that?
Yeah. Is it? You think she's doing that post edit, or you think?
I don't know. It's so weird. Her eyes are like a gecko. With like she's looking different directions.
All right, hold on, we got here. Hold on. You don't speak for Jesus. Hook 'em horns. Hint: name calling is a form of fear. Fellow Christians, hate is not a good look on you. Texas fight. Don't speak for Jesus. Yeah, this whoa.
You see what I'm saying?
And hold on. Now, she's not teaching math or track. She's teaching religion.
Right. and yet messing with it and mocking it at the same time. It doesn't make sense.
It's like if I was a religious teacher.
We ain't afraid of you, you stinking witch. You devil-worshiping Satanist witch. We cast you out in the name of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, see, I don't know if that works too good within
I ain't trying to do what everybody else doing.
Look at those eyes are moving differently.
Everybody else doing.
Look at that one.
Yeah, she can go right to left, left to right. Yeah, she's got, she looks pretty good there.
Where there is a flame.
So listen, I'm just telling you, you crazy bitches out there, be careful being a crazy bitch because you could lose your job for being a crazy bitch.
So you can disconjugate her gaze, which is crazy. She can have her right eye look over to one side and the left eye's looking right at you. It's weird.
Nobody in the world's covering this right now, but it should be a major, major story. She was the religion teacher at the Academy
of Holy Names, and she was clowning religion.
And she had this alter ego. She had this alter ego as a clown, and she had she has a YouTube and a TikTok channel, which is called what? What's the channel called again?
Missy Boom Boom the Clown.
Missy Boom Boom the Clown, and Dan's daughter. It was one of Dan's daughters. It was Dan's daughter's religion teacher, and Dan's daughter, Sophia, came back and reported back to mom and dad a few times. Hey, my religion teacher's a little wacky. Like we don't know it. I can't wrap my brain around what we got going on here. But she's just kind of whacked out. Well, yesterday, somebody at the school discovered this alter ego that she has, Missy the Boom Boom Clown. And it circulated through school, parents, faculty,
Was there like an email sent out to teachers?
Yeah, or was it just like an organic viral, people of that school?
Organic viral thing. And then we've got emails about the replacement teacher. I mean, we got an email that said that, the religion teacher's been fired and is being replaced by so-and-so and so-and-so.
Oh, so administration was that swift.
Oh, I mean, they fired her that day.
I mean, she
was fired that day, and the email about the substitute teacher and then the permanent replacements were that afternoon and the next morning.
Missy the Boom Boom Clown. Well, good knowing you there, honey. You might want to, listen, you might want to go do maybe something besides teach religion.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could do about anything else in life and maybe pull off your weirdness. She has the right to be weird.
God bless her for being weird.
She has the right. She has a right to be. You have a right to be a clown. You have a right to talk bad about religion. You have a right to do all that, but not when you're employed by a Catholic school that's teaching you specifically. You're a teacher about religion.
Now she's gonna have her OnlyFans as Missy the Boom Boom Clown.
She should. Yeah. She should.
That's really sticking it to Jesus.
She should.
I have a question. Okay. Did they just pull a big job on the system?
This is nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Did you know about her before she was fired?
Local teacher fired.
No, I mean like the Boom Boom Clown.
Missy the Boom Boom Clown.
It's just you found out like she was doing this clown thing and she'd been fired.
The clown, she was fired within 2 or 3 hours of the first.
Did you know about it, is what I'm saying?
I didn't know about it until after it all happened. It came home and says, guess what happened today?
Yeah, it was like at school.
school.
It happened during the day in school. Like someone in the morning found it. By the afternoon, she was gone.
Holy shit.
It circulated that day. It happened that girl went to school that morning not knowing that she was going to get fired. And that afternoon, she was gone.
Man, you think we can get her on the show? We'll wait for it to calm down a little bit. It's probably going through a lot right now. I wonder what her story is. It's probably similar to like people who like cosplay and furries. Like they identify with some sort of alter ego, you know.
She definitely has some kind of backstory.
Yeah. She probably goes to like Comic-Con and shit like that. No offense.
Sure, she dresses up in something. Obviously, she likes to dress up. Just wear a nice dress and some heels, kid. Put some regular makeup on. You'd be kind of cute, you know.
That's cutting it for her. She really wants to go full.
Oh, I gotta go full clown.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't get it. She's good at the makeup, like it's pretty
Really
artistic.
good.
Yeah.
I mean, her clown makeup is strong.
Yeah.
She's you know, as a clown, she looks awesome.
Yeah, she's a great clown.
Just the message is weird.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And, you know, don't criticize the Catholic Church if you're teaching in a Catholic school. That's just fucking stupid. That's just not common sense. Yeah, I mean, that's just exercising poor judgment.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's like the basketball player says that my owner's a liar.
Yeah,
Throw
right,
him 100
exactly.
grand.
Weirdo. We got puppets. This bitch is full blown crazy. Morning, Jay Gator. With myocarditis, is it usually the heart issue is like the people dropping dead? Is that usually a heart attack or a cardiac arrest?
A heart attack is cardiac arrest.
I thought they're different.
Well, a heart attack is when you lose
blood flow and then
creates cardiac arrest.
Mm.
It's a
precursor.
It like by seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
So you stop getting flow and then the heart stops pumping.
Correct. It gets ischemic, doesn't get the blood flow it needs, lacks oxygen, and it goes into arrest. It'll also go into arrest if your pH is too low. You're too acidotic, you're not breathing right. Your pH goes from 7.4 to 7.1. Infections, things like that. Not really. respiratory failure, and you start building and losing your the O2 saturations that people were doing for COVID, the same up in the 80s. And shit starts going down in the low 80s, high 70s. You can go into cardiac arrest then too.
I honestly don't really think too much about like body pH, but I guess it's obviously
7.4.
It's slightly basic. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, lower is this. Okay. More alkaline.
Yes.
Well, that's why you see all these like energy drinks with like alkaline water or some shit. Okay. I guess that's a more friendly environment.
Yeah, I don't see Anna being a clown.
No, I don't like wearing makeup.
We got a lot to do. Let's go.
To all the FTEs out there, he salutes you. He salutes you.
Loving it.
And hopes you don't get herpes from a lot lizard.
Something's wrong with me.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Bubba 199 tonight, 8 to 10. So we expect a slow day today, Lummy.
Of course.
But we expect you to lay it out. Lay that big purple-headed gimmick right on out. For tonight, I think Buck's going to be here. I think in about what, a little bit. When you're cool like Buck, man, you know you can. There are some people, Lummy, when they're in town, we will allow to sit in during the show. Not a lot.
Nope.
Like I'm real particular about that. So don't even ask. Like you, those that know. Lummy, I don't know if you can tell. I'm a little bit less stressed because I think I got my IRS issues handled.
Really?
And there's this dude. Man, I got to tell you, if you got IRS issues, you better hire an attorney.
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll run all over you, man. These people are ruthless. Man, they are ruthless. Dan, when I told you my issue, Dan even had to go and look it up because he thought I was I thought I was making it up. You can have IRS issues, settle them, and you think you're settled, but then if you start doing better again, they got the opportunity to go back and say, I know we settled with you, but you're doing better. Now pay us the difference. For real.
That just doesn't seem fair.
No, but it's not. So I lawyered up with this huge firm, McIntyre. I know I'm gonna completely chop the name up. Actually, I got it through. I think Regina and Brian. I think Regina and Brian. And maybe Jay told me this is who I needed to go with because Dan, law is so subsected, right? Like,
there's a lot of different
family law.
specialties.
You and Jay couldn't do what Gina does.
However, though, legally we can. So
you can.
What's weird is like in medicine, you have to decide if you're going to be a gynecologist or a surgeon or a dermatologist or a brain surgeon early on. And if you're a brain surgeon, you don't deliver babies. You just don't do that.
You're not putting on boobs.
Right. But when you graduate law school,
Shivering
you can
Niz Serial Biz might put on a set or two. But anyway, go ahead.
Right. But when you graduate law school, you can do any field of law at any time. And if you get sick of it, you can just, figure it out and do something else.
But nonetheless,
but most people stay
first
in their
one
lane.
of the day. Yeah. I mean, the ones that stay in their lane become real good at staying, like they really know that
They're the
topic.
best. Exactly. Instead of just being like a general, like a practitioner.
But they're like in small towns, sometimes I have only 2 or 3 lawyers and they'll do everything from a car wreck, to a divorce.
To an estate.
Yeah. To your IRS deal.
Right.
So I hired a McIntyre, Thanina Sassis, Briggo, Elliott, Gramati, Gito, and Matthews.
That rolls right off your tongue, doesn't it?
Right, yeah. I hired the McIntyre firm, and John Zayas is the guy that is the one that was my guy. John Zayas. I don't know if he's a partner or not, but John Zayas was my guy. And this has been like a well over a year of back and forth and just all these documents and just all this stuff. And at one time, Lummy, they were thinking about, it was getting so hot, and IRS was getting so mad at me because I can only pay them what I got. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they're like, we want to do a studio visit and see what the value of your equipment is. And I'm like, what? What?
Were they gonna come in?
And I even had John come over here one day and go like, John, my board is we don't have anything hardly new. This stuff looks a lot better than it's really worth. It really ain't worth that much. I'm trying to say that, right, Dan? Because I don't want in here. Next thing you know, I got IRS agents pulling my board.
Oh, you mean IRS agents that want you to pay is going to take what you need to make money away?
Yeah.
I mean,
but that's kind of what saved me in the fact that John, told the person we're dealing with at the IRS, all right, so you go in and you seize his studio equipment. Right now, we're close to him getting on a payment program to pay you guys off. And I'm on a 3-year payment program, okay? And after 3 years. And I'm not on one of these, we can come back and I'm on a 3-year final yippee-yo, final answer.
How far into that 3-year program are you?
Oh, it starts in November. I haven't even started yet.
Okay.
November 15th it starts. So, and it comes out every 15. And listen to this, man. So I'm talking to my IRS agent guy, right? I'm talking to John. So Dan, just so that it's like, I don't ever forget to make a payment. You fill out this paperwork with IRS and you give them your routing number and your account number, and they just auto deduct it every 15th, right?
Right.
Your set amount, right?
Yeah.
So that's the best way to ever, because you won't forget, right? So I'm talking to John. He's like, listen, sometimes the IRS forgets and they'll miss a payment. And so you need to check your bank account every the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th, the 19th, for 5 days after the 15th to see if indeed they auto debited it. Because if they didn't, then you have to send a check in overnight, get it to them fast. Because if I miss a payment, the deal's off.
And they're supposed to deduct it, but if they fail to deduct it, you get in trouble?
John's actually told me where he's had clients where they're taking out $2,500 a month, for 3 years, something like that. And it was auto deduct. The IRS, and for 2 years, they never missed a beat. Well, one February or something like that, the IRS forgot to take it out, or a bank hiccup or something. And the guy, he didn't. For 2 years, he never right, so he didn't even check it, and it went 30 days, and they didn't get the payment because they forgot to auto debit it, and they put him in default, and he lost his deal. He had to cut a whole nother deal.
That's ridiculous.
So anyway, John Zayas, I think he listens to the show as well, and I just wanted to personally thank him because he has taken this as a personal task, and he has just done wonders. He has got me some relief, got me some deductions, got me some of the penalties and interest waived, and got me on track. So in 3 years, I hope we can keep growing in 3 years, Lummy, because Lummy, we should have after the final payment a big party. Bubba is officially not the Willie Nelson.
Like a brunch.
Yeah, a brunch. There you go.
Yeah.
Anna, we could have a brunch at their restaurant. Remember that it's that fancy restaurant downtown Tampa that all the QT kids go to.
Oh, I won't say it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, have you been there?
No, I've tried to go, but they don't take reservations.
Oh.
What restaurant are we talking about?
It's a really super exclusive So, Dan, listen to me. This McIntyre, Thanasis, Brigagold, Elliott, Gianardi, Guido, Matthews at 500 East Kennedy. On the second floor is the law firm. The first floor, they got rented out to a bunch of different, a couple chairs, whatever. They own the building. Second floor is all the law firm. Then the third floor is a restaurant that's owned by the firm. And so they have, that's where they take their clients for lunch, but it's also super, bougie. And it's the place to be. And they don't take reservations. And they have a really, really well-renowned Sunday brunch that Anna wants to go, but they don't take Anna, what if I got a hold of my boy John?
Yeah.
I did ask you, but I didn't want to follow up on it.
John,
because I didn't
text
want to bother
me
you.
and let me know if you could get Anna reservations for one of these Sundays, if that's doable. As a potential,
Yes, in September would be great.
All right, perfect.
God bless.
I've spent enough money with them. I've spent quite a bit of money with them.
It's super cute.
Dan, I'm thinking the amount of money I've spent with them, John would be able to blow a phone call and I could get Anna some reservations.
You would hope so.
Anna, would you really? That would be cool. That'd be something.
I told you.
That'd be something cool for you.
I've tried to go, but I also didn't want to bring all my friends and then we have to wait for an hour, so we just decided.
Lummy, are we having problems with BAR? Is BAR not working right now? I got some kind of message. BAR, I cannot get BAR to work.
Are they trying to use the app again on
I don't
Android?
know. Again, we want everybody to know that we are in the middle of a reconstruction of BAR, Bubba Army Radio. and we are completely redoing it. Where's that from?
I muted it, but that's Bar.
Oh, okay.
He's just trying to see if it works.
I mean, next time you need to say, "Hey, I'm going to check now."
He's trying his best, baby.
He muted his mic, so you couldn't.
He's trying his best. God bless him, bud.
But you should say next time, Lemmy, "Hey, I'm going to try real fast here," and then when I hear a little thingy, then I know that
Sorry, and yeah, Bar works.
Well, Bar works maybe because you know how to pull it up, but it's gotten trickier to get it to work, hasn't it?
I mean, not recently. Not on the phone. I did it the same way. Went to Bubba.
Anyway, and about when do you think we'll be officially? And I can throw Macho in here as well. When do you think Bar will be officially completely done the way we want it? Maybe by Christmas.
Macho's it, but yeah, I'd say by Christmas.
You think we'll have it completely, fully functional the way that I envision? By the first of the year.
Yes, first of the year, I'd say not a problem.
All right. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's Dave West Palm.
Hey, buddy. I hope you come with some better stuff than you did yesterday. You're a little. I don't quite remember what you were talking about, but it was a little lame.
Yeah, I was a little off yesterday. But
little lame-o.
Yeah, Brian really gave it to him.
Did you see what your boy Warren Sapp got? He got into?
No. Why? Are we getting some? Some inside scoop?
I guess he got into some sort of altercation on a plane.
Yeah, it's a short video.
Were there snakes on the plane? I'm so sorry.
He was trying to. I think they said he's trying to dock somebody or something. I'll find you the video.
But yeah, find the video. I just
so Sapp is trying to mess with somebody.
Sapp probably pulled the same sort of crap that he tried to pull at the Tampa Bay box thing. I don't know.
Someone asked him for an autograph and he got bowed up.
I'm just assuming it's his reputation. I don't know.
Well, he's volatile. He's like a Doberman. He's like one of them sketchy Dobermans.
Listen, let me tell
he
you
may be
something.
nice. He may bite you in the face.
Let me tell you something about Warren Sapp and why I have you on the phone. And Dan has seen it. I've seen it. We've all lived
firsthand.
It. And he
sent you a link.
Oh, you did? You sent me a link?
Yep.
Mach, don't worry about it. If it was from her, it's far more defendable than from us. So it was a fleeting at best. So let's not worry about it. All right. So you sent me, Lummy, a link.
Yeah, it's the story on it, and then if you scroll down, it goes to.
Well, I'll tell you this: Warren Sapp is probably the rudest celebrity that I know, by far the rudest, and he is a militant. He's militant. And I'm not going to say he's very militant. Mm-hmm. He just loves. Now, you don't know which Warren Sapp you're getting. You know, like when you.
And you may have both. You don't realize it because he can go from great, brilliant, really charming Warren to militant in half a second.
All right, sir. Listen to Dave from West Palm. Thanks for the heads up.
Now, this does have some language in it.
This has language in it. So I have Warren Sapp stories. I was paying him $25,000 to do a commercial, and it was a controlled set. I've told the story before. It was just me and Warren, and they had like some catered, cold sandwiches and Gatorade and water and Diet Cokes and stuff like that. And we were shooting this commercial at Amalie Arena using one of their locker rooms where I was standing beside him, acting like I was looking at his penis.
But it was really his watch.
It was really his watch, but it was just me and him paying him $25,000. And the girl that I was dating at one time, Crystal, her dad was a season ticket holder, and he was on set with me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. So it was me and him. And Dan, his name's Dan. He's super cool, great guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so at lunch, after we were eating, Dan came to me and said, "Hey, do you think before you guys start shooting again, I could get a pic with Warren? Just because I'm a season ticket holder, huge Buck fan. He's the man. I mean, God." I go, "Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be. I mean, it's not. I don't think that's gonna be a problem. Just one pic."
That was Crystal too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I go up to Warren before we're starting. They're like, "Okay, 5 minutes, and we're gonna be going." And I said, "Hey, Warren, can my buddy Dan take a pic with you?" And he just starts going off. He's like, "I don't flick. bitch, I don't flick. So what you say? And then you know how he starts getting real fast talking, Dan, when he's man. He goes,
so he tries to break it down for you.
Yeah, he's just like, so what you're telling me is
right. This is the part.
What you're telling me is that me doing this commercial for you, that ain't good enough. I got to take pictures now too. You know, now there was nothing in the contract that said anything that I had to. Because as soon as I take a picture with this guy, I got to take a picture with that guy, and he starts pointing to the cameramen and to the caterers, and none of those people wanted pictures.
Right.
Like none of those people asked for pictures. Most of them were young girls and guys that didn't really care who he was. They were just, they were, union camera people.
Right.
We hired a production company to do it. Nobody had asked Warren for a pic all day. And I'm at the end of the day, Dan.
And by the way, they're all professionals doing their job, and they know not to ask the talent for anything.
Right.
You are the talent with family, with other talent. You got him $25,000
Hold on,
for a stupid-ass
and at the end
commercial.
of the day, I'm kind of not his boss, but I'm kind of the client that I hired him.
Right.
Right.
He's working for you.
Right. And he goes, if I take a picture with this guy, I got to take a picture with her. No. The answer is no. Don't ask me again. I don't. Listen. See if you hear it loud and clear. That's what he said. Loud and clear. I don't flick, bitch. I was like,
really?
I mean, we shot the rest of the commercial, but I was like, I hated him. I'm like,
Right.
you're a dick.
Right. Is it just a dick move?
He's a dick. But then I've seen him, at Dan. Well, the last time we saw him at Dan's box, he caused a problem.
Yeah, but he was charming
until
for 30 minutes, and then
32 seconds set him off.
Right. 2 seconds set him off.
And so he's the best. He's talking to Daddy Joe. That's one of Daddy Joe's last games I think he went to.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked great. And he's talking. By the way, he never. I don't know if Daddy Joe had gone to the bathroom or he had moved himself down a row, but you notice that he never did this right next to your dad.
Oh, no. It was always
Never.
up in the back. Yeah.
It was
he
always.
wouldn't do that in front of Dad because
No.
Dad'd slap him.
Right.
Old ass scrawny Dad would stand right up to Sap and slap him right in the face if he disrespected him.
He would. So me and Sap, it's me and Sap. It's Warren and I, and we're talking. He's got this girlfriend with him or something like that. And Pat Maroon is in the room. Titus O'Neill's in the room. All the Diaco's in the room. Rob Elder's in the room. Now, the box is owned by Diaco Law and Elder Automotive. That's the box. That's the people who own the box. Am I right, Dan?
Correct.
Right. Those are the people. Now, they get a great deal because the Bucks give Daddy Joe the Daddy Joe deal. But nonetheless, the people in charge, the owners of the box, and the hierarchy of the box is Daddy Joe, Steve, and Rob Elder. Steve or Jay.
Or me.
But you know what I'm saying.
Diacos and Rob.
Rob, exactly. So Rob Elder is arguably, one of the big slinging D's in the box. It's got
he owns half of it.
Yeah, it's his box. So Rob Elder walks up and he wants to ask me a question about something. And it was in between Warren and I speaking. Warren and I were speaking, shoulder to shoulder speaking, and it wasn't a deep conversation, and we were actually done speaking. Rob walks up as the ultimate gentleman that he is and says, "Excuse me," because he wants to say something to me. And he doesn't know if me and Warren are still talking. And he goes, "Excuse me. But anyway, Bubba," and he starts to get into whatever we're going to talk about. Warren then goes, "Excuse me." What? It starts flipping out that Rob Elder would roll up in here. And so Rob goes, "Well, first of all, I said, I didn't interrupt you. I said, excuse me, because I had something to say to Bubba. Secondly, you weren't talking, and I was trying to be an ultimate gentleman. Most people, Dan, don't even say excuse me. They just walk in and start talking, right?"
Mm-hmm.
So, and then Warren starts getting more and more and more. And then Rob goes, "Listen." And it was so funny because Rob's this little scrawny guy, right? And Warren's this big behemoth, you know how big Warren. He goes, "Listen, bitch, this is what Rob Elder says. Listen, bitch, this is my box, and you need to get the hell out of here right now, or I'll have you physically removed." And then Pat Maroon stepped up with a couple of his hockey boys, and we're going to beat the hell out of Warren Sapp. And Sapp walked out like a little bitch. I promise you that's how it went.
That's exactly how it went.
And then Pat Maroon comes back and goes, "Yeah, man, I was just waiting for you." Yeah, hey. I was just waiting for him to get a little nippy, eh?
He's afraid of no one.
No, nobody. Plus, we had to tie this back up. But Warren, he's at a flick of a switch, will just absolutely come unhinged.
Completely unjustified. Totally unjustified.
So this is it right here?
I don't know what. And that means what? I'm in public. You could.
Now, what are they on a plane?
Yeah, they're flying to Gainesville, and it looks like
they're on a plane, like on a private plane, or
no? It's a small, like little JetBlue plane.
Okay, from like
Miami to Gainesville.
Okay,
but it looks like so they're saying now that Warren Sapp is trying to play victim with him releasing this. I was reading the rest of the story, and it looks like he was just a dick to everybody on the plane.
Imagine that.
Warren Sapp allegedly causes major drama on flight, challenges passengers to face in Gainesville. It turns out Buck's was it mercenary? Or I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It turns out the Russian mercenary, whatever.
Yeah.
Pro Football Hall of Famer Warren Sapp found himself in the middle of a war of words on. This is from Columbia to Fort Lauderdale. He was coming from Medellin, Colombia to Fort Lauderdale.
Medellin.
And was turned into such a fiasco.
What the hell is he doing in Medellin?
What do you think he's doing?
Yep.
Okay, that's all we're going to say.
Exactly.
That the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Super Bowl champion defensive tackle was asked on the flight, "You want to see me face-to-face in Gainesville Friday?" Listen, I don't know whoever's saying that, but you might want to rethink about challenging this dude. This dude's pretty tough.
No, Warren Sapp asked the passenger.
Oh,
that.
I thought the dude. Was telling Sapp.
He told it to the guy DJ Gene Sean.
DJ Gene Sean was on the flight and says Sapp was acting ridiculous towards fellow passengers, explained via a lengthy Instagram story how Sapp is trying to play the victim, even though he was a complete piece of shiz the entire time. Blah, blah, blah. Now, is this the exchange right here?
No, that's Warren Sapp releasing it playing victim. This DJ Gene Sheen guy is the one who's like, he laid it out like that all that text is him, what Warren Sapp was doing before.
All right. So Gene Sean says Sapp was sitting behind him and says the drama started immediately after boarding. His attitude was not good. He was fighting with everybody, making obnoxious comments and being real loud, which is, I mean, Dan, that's Warren.
Uh-huh.
He's trying to fight. He tries fighting with one dude who was trying to find a seat. Gene Sean goes on to say that his girlfriend turned around to Sapp and was talking loud and obnoxiously, and he berates her, tells her, "What the are you talking about? Turn around. Your eyes should be forward." My girlfriend is like, "What? What are you talking about?" According to Gene Sean, Sapp eventually goes off on the lady who is sitting in the middle seat next to him. And then eventually leads to a showdown with passengers seating behind the NFL legend. Middle seat lady, according to the DJ, is with her husband and apparently opens a video on her phone, and the volume is turned on, which set Sapp off. He's like, "You better have headphones, so I don't have to hear that shiz. You better have headphones." According to Gene Sean, it was ridiculous, contentious flight, blah, 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 blah. Let's just watch this.
Lose that job, Miami-Dade. What's your name and badge number? You don't want to tell me? You don't want to tell me that name and badge number? Look at this one, y'all.
He's drunk. We know. He's drunk. He's a mean drunk.
Uh-huh.
He's a mean drunk.
Yep.
Look at this one. Listen to this one. You get me on what? No. I do bad policing. I do this.
Sir, excuse me. He's bothering me. Sir, excuse me. He's giving us a hard time. Is there anything we can switch now? This is not acceptable. What's going on?
Okay. The lady was sitting beside me.
All right. Is there more?
No, that's the only video. I mean, they kind of talk about how someone tried to talk to him, like the guy sitting next to him, and Sapp just went off on him. They tell about that story. It's just words.
Click here for more. All right.
Well, no, I just meant down in the story they talk about it a little bit more.
All right, well, you know what? It's
right there.
It's
Sapp. It's Sapp being Sapp.
Sapp being Sapp. He does act like he's entitled. I think the funniest ever, if you go back and watch Sapp when he got arrested for the hookers in Phoenix.
Oh yeah, we did watch that.
He's in the questioning room.
Yeah, and he's in the questioning room, and he lays it all out for him. Like, what an idiot. And Dan, how many times have we supposed to have had him on the show and he completely stands you up and then he gets heat with you? Like you text him, be like, what the F, Warren, you're supposed to be on at 8:30. And then he's like, he starts cutting a promo on you, does he not?
Yeah. So I'm over him. I'm done with him.
I am too. Let me go into words. Let's the big story. What the media doesn't realize is, man, I'm telling you, the more mug shots that you shoot of Donald Trump, the bigger lead he's going to have on DeSanctimonious, and he will beat Biden. I'm just telling you, man, America, Dan, we even had Snowflake Libetard Babyface in here saying, this is just ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is going to backfire on the Democrats, man. Let Donald, you are making him something that he can't do on his own, which is a martyr. But you're making him Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of this stuff isn't going to stick. It's like you're throwing as much crap much crap on the wall as you can to see what sticks. And the stuff that sticks, I don't know, man. I don't think people care. I think all people see, I think optically what people see is that you're just really, really, really laying the screws to this guy.
It seems so unfair, and it's never happened before. And listen, he's got 91
indictments, and a bitch ain't one.
No, it's incredible.
Man.
They're going to add more. I think they're going to try to add
He'll be
Arizona.
over 100. He'll be 3 figs.
Yeah. I think it's because I can't take the over-under. Like, how many indictments is he going to get?
How many times has he got to pardon himself first day one?
Well, he can't pardon himself from state charges. So that's why this is what they're doing. They think that, if they, first of all.
Hold on. We probably should break this down.
In a second. You want to break it down when you get back?
Yeah, let's do some words and break it down when we come back.
The pain, games, and mind fucks will continue. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Well, we also have a new parody. It's up on your button bar.
Awesome. I love parodies.
Bubba's best friend?
Yep.
Okay.
If they spent this much time trying to figure out Ukraine, we'd have won the war 6 months ago.
They don't want to figure it out.
Let me make sure we tweet and everything, reminders about Bubba 199 tonight.
Will do.
Get your face right next to that dog's face, Charlie. That's how you get bit in the face. Right?
Yeah. BCN. Over Bella.
Give me that IRS lawyer air check.
Yep. No problem.
Didn't go to the gym today, motherfuckers.
Really? You
Really
looked
threw
good
you
this
off,
morning.
No, fucking didn't go. I know, my guy says, yep, give me the date and how many people, I'll set it up.
Shane in the room.
Papa.
Okay, Papi.
Spanish?
Papi. Papa.
Is that what it means?
Shane in the room.
The headline was COVID hospitalizations up 22%.
Yeah, from 5 people to 6 people.
Yeah, 22%. It's like, come on. The lead. I think it was the lead too.
I saw it.
You saw it?
The article.
No, it was on TV.
Oh.
They were talking about it. They go to the lead and they opened up the 7.
It was in the show prep, and it was on the Apple News too.
Hey Dan, how badass would that be if Diaco Law had a 3rd floor rooftop restaurant and you took to take your clients up there? How badass would that be?
As soon as I heard about it, I was envious.
I mean, 1st floor, about 2nd floor is you and Jay, and then if you had a 3rd floor that was an ultra exclusive restaurant with a
patio bar,
and then my guy said protein bar. My guy says yes, just give them the dates and how many people, and he'll get it all set up for you.
Oh, what a sweetheart.
I told him probably sometime in middle of September.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And thank you, Mr. Man.
Mm.
What was his name again?
What's that?
Really
like a toilet paper.
No, I just use it to touch the handle.
Kind of free.
Oh, I know. You already knew.
Like the door handle?
Is it woof?
Yeah, I like them. You know, whatever old people get their sweat in my fucking
I'm
mouth.
glad you found love.
Me too.
I mean, so badass, man. You
You're
can have.
about a month away from making clown videos.
Well, I've been like this since I was like 5.
Dan's
so.
already working on the plan to expand.
But here's what Dan would do. Dan would call up your restaurant and have him fucking bring it down to his office.
I know, I was just looking at the menu. It looks so good.
Remodel the roof.
Here's Dan.
I love breakfast
Yeah,
food.
let's go to just.
Here's Dan. Diaco, I own it.
You should all go there.
Send me down some. I need a
Lobster Tower.
lobster tower immediately.
Oh shit.
Seafood Tower.
Stop.
Can I skip
Feel bad
for
laughing.
the Seafood Tower?
Yeah, these are the worst. Oh man, this looks so good.
It says like you're gonna buy one.
What? Restaurant?
No, the Donald Trump T-shirt that he saw.
Oh, his face.
Oh, with the
Yeah, man.
Coffee mugs and beer koozies.
cute.
Get to a safe place. Safe place.
The prison work release program gone horribly wrong.
You may want to duck.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge.
Dan, we need to get your logo, both for your plastic surgery center and your law firm, because we're gonna, put it on my back screen.
Oh, awesome! Yes, thanks. That's a great idea.
I got Skag and Redline and K&N and Sunbelt and just anybody and Southwest Florida golf carts, Lummy.
Yes.
Average Joe, just SOS on them. Anybody we do, Mike's Pizza, Tate's. If you got a logo, Miller Lite, get it to us. We'll put it on the back. Look at Doug Clem's Phaeton, the Why Go By Garage. See that, Lummy?
Nice. Yeah, that's nice.
So, Lummy, we have a new parody before we get into the Donald Trump deal.
Yes, we do.
Mugshot, more mugshots equal victory. I'm telling you.
I agree.
Because here's what's doing. When you keep them tied up in the legal system, then he can't go out and make an ass out of himself because he's in a controlled environment, right?
Correct.
Okay, so just hear me out before you guys shoot my theory. He's in a controlled environment, and he's in an environment that most people think he's being picked on. Most of the situations that Donald Trump gets himself into are his own doings. He's the topic. He's the guy. He's at a podium. He's spewing out things on his Twitter or his truth social media deal. He's has to play by anybody's rules. But as he goes through these legal proceedings, just procedurally, he has to go by his lawyers, Dan, are going to advise him to say this and say that. And so they have a little bit of control. And that's what Donald Trump needs, is a little control. So when you keep him in the system, in the court system, now you're controlling him and now you're helping him.
Right.
Because to control him is to actually help him.
Right, because when he's loose and fast, that's when he gets himself in trouble.
That's when people don't like him.
Right. So if you just hear his name, Trump, 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 Trump,
and
he's not saying anything stupid.
And every time you see that he gets a opportunity, it's when he's walking out of the court, some courthouse that he's just had some hearing in, and he's mad as hell, and he's going to be focused in on how much of an injustice that he's going through, that he can't get into some stuff that usually gets him in trouble.
Correct.
And so keep him tied up in court. It'll only keep taking his mugshot, keep arresting him, keep indicting him. It's only helping him. Period.
I agree.
Dumbasses.
They are.
Lummy, what's my new parody?
Because they're creating a martyr.
Yeah. They are.
Just like Jesus and just like, but seriously, they created
Jesus was a martyr.
Was way more powerful after he was crucified. He became much more iconic after being crucified. And so they are metaphorically crucifying Trump right in front of us.
Right. And people pull
his 3 hours on the cross is the next 18 months.
People pull for people that are, the average public pulls for the person being unjustly, even crucified. I mean, people feel sorry for him.
Yes.
Naturally.
Yep.
And, Donald Trump can't get himself organically into anything that makes him look like a martyr. But the Democrats can run him through the ringer 91 times, indicted 91 times, 3, 4, 5 mugshots. And all you're doing, man, is you're just throwing gas on the Donald Trump gonna beat your ass fire. I'm telling you that right now. And you're doing him this is the best advertising he could buy.
And they keep going after him for things that they're guilty of. And so when you go after him for taxes, when Hunter Biden's got a tax problem.
Hey, let's not talk about taxes. I just got mine handled.
Okay.
Courtesy of John.
When you go after
courtesy of John Zahas. And by the way, Anna, my guy said, anytime you want to go to that super exclusive restaurant at 500 East Kennedy, what's it called?
The Attic on Kennedy.
The Attic. On a brunch deal, just give him the dates and the number. And
I
the
definitely will.
And my boy John Zahas said he's gonna. Anyway, go ahead, Danny. Sorry. By the way, Dan, I hate to interrupt Dan, but when I said that the McGuire, Thanosis, McIntosh, Yippee-Yo, Gumbindo, Gomez, IRS legal firm had their own restaurant above their firm, Dan was instantaneously trying to figure out if they could do that to his building.
Yes, absolutely. And the next building will have a restaurant in it.
That is pimp,
and
is
I'll
it
make
not?
everybody a partner except Jeff.
No. I'm going to start calling you Dan Sapp. These outbursts.
Oh, come on.
Come on, Dan Sapp. Mean-spirited and not so...
Dr. Dan Sapp.
Not needed.
Address me correctly.
Lummy, what is my parody?
Bubba's Best Friend by John from Naples.
Bubba's fending off trolls, trying to make pay with 199s and Twitch hype trains. Wish he could get out of here, enjoy the track that he grades. Maybe go back home with Larry Plummer he'd play. It's a damn shame.
Oh, this is so good, isn't it?
Yeah.
What his world's come to with IRS dead and Mark over 2. Radio stations are bust, shadow banned on YouTube, but that's the biz that he's in. But he's got a new girl with the AHA code.
Well, every girl gets Diacos. It comes with the package.
These ones are especially good and big.
If we're going to start dating, I got a guy that could really, I got a guy, and you need to go see him.
Right.
Damn, can you do me? I need probably about I don't know, 550 cc's on this crick that I'm going to be sending your way, kid.
Roger that.
His rich friend had to gift them. Lord knows that Danny just wants to help Bubba along. They like to call him a dick, but they'll call him right quick when they get in that jam. That's when they always call him Dr. Danny's the man. He's your friend till the end. Bubba's best friend is a rich man.
Bubba's best friend is a rich man. It's all about you, Dan.
Yep.
I got to play it one more time
Bubba's
uninterrupted.
spending off trolls, trying to make pay with 199s and Twitch hype trains. Wish he could get out of here, enjoy the track that he grades. Maybe go back home with Larry Plummer he'd play. It's a damn shame what his world's come to with IRS dead and Mark over 2. Radio stations are buzzed, shadow banned on YouTube. But that's the bills that he's in. But he's got a new girl with the aha codes. His rich friend had to gift them. Lord knows that Danny just wants to help Bubba along. They like to call him a dick, but they'll call him right quick when they get in that jam. That's when they always call him Dr. Danny's the man. He's your friend till the end. Bubba's best friend is a rich man.
John from Naples, great job. Great job.
That's
Dan, by the
awesome.
way, Dan bought one of those mandolin guitars and he's learning
guitar.
and he's learning that song, and we're going to try to in the next few weeks try to cover it.
Yep.
And I think
There's a little section where he uses his pinky, and I haven't been using my pinky, and I gave myself a blister.
Okay.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. Sometimes I'm proud that he's my boyfriend, and other times I'm embarrassed.
It's okay. That's part of being in a
Yeah,
relationship.
It's part of being in a relationship. Yes, it is.
The good and the bad.
Yeah, every time it's me snoring at night. But
Right.
yeah, it's called a resonator guitar, the steel guitar.
By the way, Lummy and I are doing the fishing gimmick today. Are we not, Lummy?
Oh, cool.
Yes, we are.
And did you run the aerator?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Hello, who's this?
Bubba, Unity.
Hi, Unity.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too.
Hot take on the Trump deal.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that next.
It's a work, buddy. You don't get it? It's a controlled opposition work. The system knows that they're not trusted by anyone. They have a single-digit approval rating for Congress and the media, so they set up this anti-system candidate, Trump, and they just berate him with all this stuff. Meanwhile, it just makes him more popular. It's a work, my friend.
No,
You're the king of the work.
It is a work. Hold on. It's a work.
By the New World Order.
Hold on. It's a work, but it's going to end up being a shoot because as much as they're trying to bury the guy, they don't realize that they're actually putting a guy over.
They do realize it. They got psychological control on us, my friend.
All right. See you later, buddy. Psychological control. If we're talking about having that over Lummy, okay, but not over the common man. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. Mark the Frog.
Yeah, Mark the Frog.
What's up, Mark?
What are you hauling? Some potatoes, eh?
I'm empty now. I'm heading home.
Oh, nice.
Watch out for those fires up there.
Yeah. You solid Canadians.
I delivered to Costco distribution center.
By what means, Mark the Frog, do you listen to us live?
Bubba Army Radio ever since 2012.
Yep.
I download every day.
Yep. Well, that's about to get a lot better, man. The Bubba Army Radio world's about to get a lot better. So just kind of be patient with us through our growing pains in the next 2 months, but we're really working on it. It's a big time project we got everybody doing, so including going back and getting the 09 and 010, the 2009 and 10 Cox morning shows that usually are not. We're going to have those available.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So we're just it's going to be so more up to date. It's not going to have anything about Mad Monkey Radio or it's going to be up to date. It's going to be fresh. It's going to be clean. There's new logos. There's just all broken links will be fixed. It'll have different subsections. It's going to be really, really good. So please be patient with us as we are making this better. But Mark the Frog, quickly, because I got to get into the Donald Trump stuff.
No, I just want to mark out. I follow and subscribe to everything you do. I pay for Twitch. I pay for Bubba Army Radio, and And love the show, man. It's been awesome.
We'll be on Rumble tonight at 8:00 for a Bubba 199, Mark the Frog. Hopefully you'll join us.
Yeah, I'll be home to watch. That's great. I wanted to bring up something to Dr. Dan. I don't think I ever brought it up to the show before.
All right.
I spent my summers in New Jersey as well because my parents were rent a beach house in Ocean City.
Oh, awesome. Yes, that's where I spend the summers.
I spent my summer of 77, 78, and 79 in New Jersey, and then from 1980 to 84 in the Outer Banks in the more Emerald Isle, North Carolina.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, Mark the Frog. Well, thank you for back in the day story about when you were a young whippersnapper in the Jersey Shore. We appreciate it, my friend. And keep those potatoes safe. All right, buddy. Good seeing you. I love you, Mark the Frog. Gotta go.
Your surf supplies. I would love to go to the Outer Banks. It's hard to get to them, though.
What is the Outer Banks?
It's like the coastal area of the Carolinas. It's like Cape
I've heard of
Hatteras.
them. Don't they have the big uglies there?
I don't know, but it's a huge pain in the ass to get there.
It is.
What do you mean?
Because there's nothing close, and then once you think you're close, you still got to drive another hour and a half, right?
Yeah. Is it kind of like the Keys?
Yeah, it's a tease like the Keys.
Yep.
Yeah. Or going to the 8 Mile.
Like as soon as you get to the Keys, you're like, man, we're at the Keys. You don't realize, man, that the Keys, once you get to the first key, it's like another 4 hours to get down to the keyest, the westest of Keys, which is where, realistically, when you think of the Florida Keys, that's where Duval Street, Key West.
Yeah, no one cares about Isla Morada or any other places.
No, it's
junk. Right.
You can't tell somebody,
it's south of the border.
Hey, I went to the Keys. Oh, you did? Did you go to Jimmy Buffett's place? No, I went to one of the barrier.
Come on, dude.
Get out of here.
Exactly.
All right, so here it is. We might as well start breaking it down.
O'Donnell in the nation's capital. We are coming.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. They make this is what they call it. The surrender of former.
Oh, like they won.
Yeah,
like they beat him.
Oh yeah, or like it's a war deal, or like it's he's been in a trap in a house and in a hold up, and he's finally coming up with his hands up after.
Yeah, I surrender.
I mean, metaphorically, we have been at a political standoff. I mean, they might as well have him hold up in Mar-a-Lago and have him come out with his hands up because
walking backwards, get on your knees.
Yeah,
hands behind your head.
The surrender of former President Donald J. Trump.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Nora O'Donnell in the nation's capital. We are coming on the air with breaking news. As you can see, Donald Trump arriving right now at the Fulton County Jail to surrender on charges related to his attempts to overturn the results of the 2020 election loss.
You know what? And you don't even know he's in
his alleged attempt.
Hold on, he's in one of those vehicles, but you don't know which one, right?
Right. I mean, they have dummies.
Right.
Georgia, Trump will be fingerprinted and a mugshot will be taken. We should note that so far, 11 of Trump's co-defendants have turned themselves in to be processed, including
looks like a lot of manpower.
Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, and John Eastman. The county sheriff's office said they are being treated just like anyone else that appears
it looks like they're being treated just like everybody else.
So, Bubba, when I go to jail, I want a 15-car motorcade.
Yep, and I want you to sit there and say, I ain't going until you guys can prove to me that I got that kind of service.
Right.
Okay?
This jail, although most people don't arrive in a multi-car motorcade like we're seeing there with Donald Trump. The former president was indicted 10 days ago on 13 felony counts, including conspiracy and racketeering, a charge that is often used to target members of the mob. Now, earlier this week, Trump's lawyers agreed to a $200,000 bond that prevents him from...
What is that? That's the building, right? That's the building. That's the jail. That's the jail.
I believe that's the Fulton County Jail.
Yeah, that's the Fulton County Jail.
Speaking with or making any direct or indirect threats to any...
This is so not needed.
I know.
They could have done. I mean,
co-defendants or witnesses.
It's a big ass jail there. You got to turn yourself in. You get a mug shot.
We should note this is Trump's
perp walk it.
Fourth criminal indictment in less than 5 months. Those are pictures from inside the motorcade there as he arrives at the jail. And CBS News correspondent Nicole Killian is outside the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta. So, Nicole, what happens once he's inside?
Well, a couple big black guys come over to him and ask if he wants to join their gang, and he says, "Yeah." And then
Talks to the key of the.
Yeah, exactly. Then he goes and talks to the skinheads, and then he goes and tries to cut. He talks to the Crips and the Bloods, and then he talks to the black guys and tries to cut his best deal. Right, right. And he's in the yard doing push-ups.
Everybody's eating caviar too.
His commissary's jacked up to the sky.
Right.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just
$1
wanna
in his
let you know-
commissary.
He went into the yard and bought ho-hos and Twinkies for everybody.
Everybody.
I mean, everybody in the entire yard, no matter what you were, got a ho-ho and a Twinkie.
Which is exactly what I would do if I was going to jail.
Exactly.
I would bribe the whole freaking jail.
Right.
From the warden to the lowest custodian to all the inmates.
Dan would have Steve put $15,000 in his commissary
Every day.
and say, well, not every day, but I'm just saying, like, listen, if you
partying.
You want chips? You want ho-hos? I got you. Put it on my account. Just say Dr. D.
Yeah.
This entrance right behind
You got guys like Ty J and Titus O'Neil that are like, everywhere you go, Dan, they're with you, right?
Yep, exactly. I'm going to have this giant guys following me everywhere.
You're going to have the prison guards paid off.
Exactly.
You're going to have a cell phone and a laptop. And
You're going to be like the new Gottis.
You're going to have girlfriends coming in. You're going to have Dish Network. You're going to be able to watch Sunday football. You're going to have the NFL Sunday ticket right in your cell tower.
Yeah, exactly.
Former president entered just moments ago, and we expect this process of him being booked to take less than an hour. As you mentioned, he will have to go through the same process as any other criminal defendant.
What a fun day at the jail.
Get his
Wow.
height and weight taken and his mugshot, which is something that we haven't seen before in other cases. Now, in addition to the...
Yeah, now, why didn't they mugshot him in New York? And why didn't they mugshot him in the Mar-a-Lago deal? And why didn't they mugshot him in the Jan 6 deal? Like,
it was the discretion of the sheriff and like the prosecutor.
Oh, so they're really doing the dog and pony show here. They're really trying to.
The Atlanta DA and the sheriff, they want to make a name for themselves.
They're trying to shame him. They're trying to shame him.
Victim shame.
Mm-hmm.
What you do?
You're probably seeing around me on the other side of the jail, you have a number of protesters and demonstrators who have gathered to express their support for the former president, including Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who told reporters a short time ago she's in touch with the president, and she's very angry about what's
I'd be there if I was Marjorie Taylor Greene. Obviously, is she a representative or a senator?
She's a
rep. House of Representatives.
All right.
She's a Republican. She's from Georgia.
All right. So what I'm saying is, this is probably her district.
I don't know if it's her district, but it's her state.
All right. Well, I would walk him. I think you could have the power to walk him in. I think you would have the stroke, Dan, politically, to be able to make a phone call to the sheriff to say, I'd like to accompany, Donald in.
Nope.
Yeah, probably not.
You don't think so?
Why would the democratically fueled fervor of this do any concession to a Republican?
I mean, he
it's
may,
political.
Hold on. He may not. Hold on. In the overall pecking order, he may not have a choice. She may say, "Bitch, I am a representative."
Doesn't matter. It's a state versus federal. She's got no jurisdiction, no control. She has nothing to do with this.
So they're going to tell her to go in the protest line?
Yep. Go outside.
right now, and that really is the
See, that just goes to show you how screwed this is. Let me. What minute am I in right now?
That we heard from a lot of the
minutes.
demonstrators,
All right.
some of them telling me that they feel this entire experience is demeaning for the former president, that they believe that he didn't do anything
It
wrong.
is demeaning, and that's what
It's
they want.
designed to be.
But
It's the
guess
whole
what?
purpose.
But guess what? What they don't realize is man, make it even more. Arrest him 5 more times.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can get some kind of charges against him in Indiana. Let's see if we can get some. Let's try to get. Let's just trump Trump on anything you can. I need more mugshots for Donnie.
Donnie?
Donnie Trump.
The more mugshots and the more they screw at this guy, the more people are going to rally behind him.
Wrong, but at the same time,
Especially on. Now, listen, if it was Donald Trump that touched, a 9th grader, or it was Donald Trump that, sexually abused a woman, or it was Donald Trump that, stole grandma's 401k, and, like a Bernie Madoff, Ponzi deal, or a Jeffrey Epstein deal, or a Harvey Weinstein deal, then you know what? The public is going to say, what you're trying to do to him will work. It will work because it's bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Most Americans can't even really figure out what he did. They're like, what? I mean, okay, so January 6th, he didn't really say. I mean, like, you know,
that's the whole point. Is they're getting him on these like bogus, like little.
His surrender today.
But
they're theoretical charges.
I
It's
know,
nothing
and
crazy.
and none of it's sticking. It's gonna be reversed.
Again, it's not
the
about
effect.
it sticking. It's about it like tying up his
It's
time in
process.
court.
It's the process
But
of
what
it.
they don't
they're
realize
trying to
is-
stick him in the quicksand.
I know, but what they don't realize is they're just absolutely helping him.
I understand that.
Could embolden him politically. But
Yeah,
as you
see?
mentioned, this really is a surreal moment, I would say, in U.S.
If I'm Joe Biden, I'd call up the head of the Democratic Party. Hey, this is Joe. I just want to let you know, me and Hunter were talking about, man, you know, all this messing around that we're doing about Donald and arresting him here and there and all that kind of things. His numbers are through the roof right now. Mine seem to be going down. So maybe we should stop arresting him so much and maybe start just letting him flame himself out, because he likes to get there on that Truth Social, and he likes to blab his mouth a lot. And, you know, he makes an ass out of himself. Why are we making him a martyr?
Yeah.
I mean,
you think he'd have that insight?
No, he's
No.
even me acting like the oldest guy in the world is 15 times faster than and sharper than him.
He's just trying to stay awake, man.
That's political history.
That should be.
Did he fall asleep during a memorial in
No,
Hawaii?
I think that was a bit rich.
Hold on now. That should be. You know how like. Barack Obama was like hope and change, and you know, obviously Donald Trump was MAGA, make America great again. You know, Biden's new slogan should say, "I'm just trying to stay awake."
Yeah.
Just trying to stay awake.
Ice cream and diapers.
I have covered this president on the campaign trail, at the White House, and now turning himself in tonight at the Fulton County Jail.
Nicole Killian, thank you. And as Nicole
Thank you.
Nora's lost. She has no idea where she's
points
at.
out, former President Donald Trump already holds the ignominious distinction of being the first former president ever to face criminal charges tonight. Even though
Because you know why? Prior to all this nonsense,
He's not, by the way.
There was some decorum and some protocol and some gentlemanly gamesmanship that the current president and the administration and the party showed the guy that's no longer in office, and they looked the other way on the Hillary Clinton stuff and the Bill Clinton stuff and the George W. Bush stuff. They're all guilty of doing something that could have gotten them in trouble, but it was just a gentlemanly skull and bones decorum that they just like, listen. We know we can get George W. Bush on some kind of war. Weapons of mass destruction,
war crimes, torture.
But listen, you know what? He's out of here.
Exactly. The one president in the last 20, 30 years that didn't start a war.
Right.
We want to go
exactly.
after.
So listen, you know what? And so, but Barack says, just let him go. It's going to be a big crap storm. Just let him go. You know, he's at the end of the day, let's respect him as a president. He's no longer here. We're in charge now. No big deal, right? No, not these idiots.
this is the fourth indictment, we will have a mugshot for the first time. I want to bring in Robert Costa. And Robert, I understand you have some new reporting. We learned just before this appearance.
Smile, buddy.
Donald Trump shaking up his legal team.
He's the guy. He's Johnny 5 o'clock Shadow, isn't he?
Yeah, you call him out.
This is a break.
It's 7 o'clock.
For American democracy to see a president.
Dan, if you're going on at 7 p.m., don't you think you have a little bathroom, that you go and maybe do a quick shave on so that you don't have that 5?
Yeah, he looks silly. He literally looks silly.
At jail in Georgia in a battleground state, all while being the Republican frontrunner. Just a day after a debate he skipped.
By the way, I think I saw, Lummy, that the Trump-Tucker Twitter deal did what, 200 million, something like that?
Crazy numbers.
200 million?
Crazy numbers.
200 million. What did the debate do? It'd be interesting.
3 million.
It'd be interesting to see what the debate numbers were views-wise. And I know that Trump went on Tucker that night, and the reports are over 200 million.
Got back from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
See if you can find that for me, Lummy.
And Trump is not only shaking up his campaign in terms of skipping the debate and trying to hold on to his position, but he's...
What's that?
12.8 million.
Who?
Was the Republican debate.
All right, so the Milwaukee, network, cable,
Fox
News, all of that, the people that covered the debate that did not include Donald Trump, 12.8, call it 13 million.
13 million, and Tucker's is right now 253.2 million.
253 million. What does that tell you?
20 times more.
What does that tell you?
That's
that
not even
he is
scalable
going to be
his
the
lead.
Republican nominee, and if the election is not, if the election is done with any integrity at all, he should easily destroy Biden in a rematch.
Probably not, yeah.
But
God forbid you worry about election integrity, because then they start doing this to you.
Canceling you.
Yeah.
And if Biden will actually debate him, too.
Yeah, Biden won't even debate him. Biden's a fool.
There's
no way he can do that.
There's something on the horizon.
There's no way. But, I mean, that he's even intellectually awake enough to do that. I don't see that even happening.
They'll pump him with enough stuff.
Yeah, probably.
With enough adrenaline and Adderall.
See, Bubba, here's the issue with this. You know, they went after him in Mar-a-Lago for records. Then it turns out, well, oh my God, Biden's got records, Pence has records, Obama's got records, Bill Clinton had tapes in his sock drawer, and it was determined that they're allowed to have those records. So those charges are not going to go anywhere. They're going to try to get him on a process charge like obstruction, but the original charge isn't even a criminal. The statute that governs presidential papers is not a criminal statute. It's a civil statute. The Office of Public the Archives, the National Archives, had no criminal or any kind of teeth jurisdiction over him. He owns those records until he chooses to give them up to the National Archives. So that was a crap charge.
That's a technicality at best, right?
Right. So, and then his tax stuff. So they're taking
easy on the tax. I just got mine.
I understand that.
John Zahas.
But the state is trying to use a federal law to justify a statute of limitation problems on a tax issue. Meanwhile, we got Hunter Biden literally not paying taxes on millions and millions of dollars that he got illegally through other countries to probably get influence on American policy. But we can't talk about that.
You know, I was listening to Dave Smith yesterday on Rogan, and he made some interesting points about this whole thing, namely that when Trump started going after like the CIA and the FBI, there's like this really interesting clip with Chuck Schumer, and this is when Trump was elected. He was the president-elect in 2016, but before he actually took office.
Right, that little bit of time, between November and January 20.
Yeah, and Chuck Schumer, who's like probably one of the most influential senators that we have and powerful senators, was like shocked that Trump was taking on the CIA and the FBI. He's like, you don't even understand. They can like F you 6 ways till Sunday if you mess with them. And that was just like a candid, response to a question that he was asked by, I think, Rachel Maddow. And that's exactly what happened. They drummed up all this stuff about Russia collusion, completely fake, completely fabricated. They're trying to get all of these charges on him. And of course, it's like, you think about all the people that were charged during January 6th. All that stuff is like come and gone, happened almost years ago. But
people have served their time.
But they waited for this to do it at this point in time because they're trying to mess with the 2024 election.
Mm-hmm. And most of the court dates are usually like a year or two out, and they're rushing them all to be.
Let me go into words so we can continue this discussion on the backside.
This break gives Bubba time to Monty up on an unsuspecting member of the support staff.
I walk up to him, I bear hug him, bite him in the shoulder.
Jesus! Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Because I was trying to rhyme.
Oh, yeah, no, it just should be the Richmond South again. Richmond South. Yandy!
Yeah, they didn't want to show much of.
Ooh, Bubba, you got to get these apple uglies from Outer Banks. This is what I was talking about.
Bubba, you going to?
Have you seen these?
Get a Twinkie?
They look good.
I love me some apple fritters. Like love.
Let me what?
Oh, I didn't. Honestly, it's something about apple fritters or something.
Oh, they're apple ugly because you were talking about Outer Banks in North Carolina. Yeah. There are these apple uglies that you have to get there, Booty.
I'm not going there ever in my life.
But there's apple uglies. You want me to show you?
No, I don't want. I don't want.
You gotta eat them. Eat them.
Don't send them to me because I ain't looking at them.
Yes, you are. They look so good, Booba.
Don't send me pictures of fucking.
I can't help myself. Have you seen them? Wow. Yeah, apple fritters are my favorite in the world. Christmas candy. Do I not see the work angle? I don't understand. Like, no one thinks that these are legitimate charges. Does the National World, what is it?
National Archives?
No, the
New
NWO.
World Order. New World Order.
Oh, I thought it was,
No.
NWA. Push the vaccine. Okay. See, this is my, like, one gripe with conspiracy people is, like, and I kind of get it, but, one conspiracy is true, and then you think everything's a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, the biggest conspiracies are all related.
The biggest conspiracies are all related?
Mm-hmm. If you think about it.
What do you mean in terms of, like,
mean,
thematically, like, power, money, deception? I mean...
But if you think about like this New World Order, which they actually talk about openly, it's no secret about the New World Order. They're trying to have the World Economic Forum. They're trying to create a global world, a global entity.
Yeah.
Everything from digital currency to vax mandates to the WHO. Having that extra power that they're trying to get.
Private property.
No private, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And so that part is true. And then if you start thinking about, who are those people running that, the World Economic Forum and the NWO, and then you look at the same names over and over again, the same people doing the same things that they say are conspiracies. It seems to be, they all seem to be linked. And if you think about that, everything from Soros to Klaus and
but I mean, like, conspiracies throughout history. Like
I'm talking about what's going on now.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about what's going on now. The whole mix of COVID, money, influence, power. What they do to people like Trump that are populists. What they do to people like Trudeau who are globalists. They give Trudeau every benefit possible, and they criticize every breath of the populists.
Sure.
And they do that to the guy in Brazil. They do it to the guy in Venezuela. They do it to, what I'm saying? They do it everywhere. They do it to the prime minister in Italy, the female. They start fucking with her right away because she's populist. Right away.
Yeah.
She's evil.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
They could ever pass that law tax you're talking about.
Yeah, they could pass it. They could pass it if they want.
But they're saying that's why they were doing all those IRS agents to serve the law tax.
I think Unity's suggesting that Trump is an industry plant.
Right, but see, I don't buy that one because he really.
No, that's my issue with people who like conspiracies. They think everything is a conspiracy, and you have to look at each one of these things like a la carte. You can't just be like, listen, I'm not a fan of the government. I think they're a bunch of lying fuckers, but that doesn't mean that every conspiracy that you see is true just by nature of the fact that the government told you it is what it is or whatever.
Well, it's weird that people have been challenging elections for 250 years, and this time he goes to jail for challenging it, and it's
Brian Herkley.
I mean, no one's suggesting that this is
20, 30 minutes ago. That's what's around the corner.
And I think America, most Americans have a sense of what they consider to be fairness and justice. And I think a lot of Americans thought that because the police cheated, you're too young to remember this, because the police cheated, that's why OJ should have gotten off on the murder charges. Because it was obviously that the police augmented the evidence.
Furman.
Yeah, tampered with the evidence. Once you start doing that shit, then most juries will say like, not guilty. And so and Americans are like that. When they see someone getting railroaded, they kind of champion the underdog. It's the American story. America was the underdog. And so
I agree with you because
they're creating an icon here.
Yeah, because he was losing steam. Like when he was coming out like probably the beginning of the year, and he was doing rallies. He was getting booed because he was talking about the vaccine and shit like that. And he was losing steam, and if they would have just allowed that to happen, it would have been fine. But he's
Let him
been
flame out on his
revamped
own.
because of all these indictments.
They're creating.
The following broadcast is not for the mocha soy latte drinking, tree hugging, Birkenstock wearing crowd.
I'm not giving you a compliment.
If you tuned in by accident, get the out of here now before all the beer drinking, whiskey shooting hellraisers find out. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge
Bubba
Show.
spending off trolls, trying to make pay with 199s and Twitch hype trains. Wish he could get out of here, enjoy the track that he grades. Maybe go back home with Larry Plummer, he'd play. It's a damn shame what his world's come to with IRS dead and Mark over 2. Radio stations are bust, shadow banned on YouTube. But that's the bills that he's in. But he's got a new girl with the AHA codes. His rich friend had to gift them. Lord knows that Danny just wants to help Bubba along. They like to call him a dick, but they'll call him right quick when they get in that jam. That's when they always call him Dr. Danny's the man. He's your friend till the end. Bubba's best friend is a rich man.
That song makes me want to hug you.
That song makes you want to hug
you.
Probably makes Romina. Oh boy, I bet you Romina does not like that song at all. This clicked up on my Anna Sun update.
Yeah,
which by the way, Anna, I like.
Okay.
Because I sometimes like there's most of this time I don't, but there's some good stuff on here every once in a while.
Yeah,
I'm getting the latest.
Unlike the stuff that I send. Gross.
Have I not used almost everything you sent me today? Yes, I have. Used the CBS interview. Used everything you sent me today.
Thank you.
Is a popular area. There were a lot of
This guy got his foot bitten off by a shark.
Yeah, where was this?
Sounds like
surfers
Australia.
in the water and people on the beach. And it's been reported
Is that in Bondi?
They were very quick
No.
to come to the man's aid.
Isn't shark bites like in Australia the number one place in the world? Like for some, no.
I think it's now Florida, but I think it was South Africa, Australia, and Florida are like the top 3. I could be wrong, but I'm probably
were
not.
on the site.
The word is that one of the surfers involved was either a doctor or some highly skilled.
Yeah, like Jay or Danny out there hanging 10. I think Jay is surfing this week, is he not?
Yes, this weekend.
Yeah, trained
has the number
medical.
one.
Costa or East Coast?
Costa.
It's just the United States of America.
Well, let me.
It's just all United States of America, then Australia and South Africa.
I guess the guy
Florida,
so
Australia,
far has had
South Africa.
the best response.
It doesn't show anything. It just says they got his complete foot ripped off by a shark.
That sucks. Because when you're waiting for a wave, you're sitting on your board, your feet are dangling like, like lures with a worm on it.
Yeah.
And they come in there and just chomp you?
Yeah, they take a bite and they like, not a seal, mistake, move on.
For real?
Most of the time, yes.
Is that why you don't?
We're not fatty and greasy enough.
Is that why most shark bites are just one bite? Like it's never a maul? Like
Yes,
it's just
unless
a
it's a bull
bite.
shark.
It's a taste.
Yes, it's a bull
They're
shark.
like,
it's a
ew,
sample.
that's spinach. I don't like it.
Bull sharks will just eat you no matter
Bull
what.
sharks will eat you just because they're dicks and
Do
they have a lot
they
of
eat you or
testosterone.
they just, like,
Yeah, they'll just keep
okay, kill
attacking.
you? All right.
For real?
But most sharks, sometimes tigers will too, but most sharks do a bite and walk on because they realize that you're not a seal. You don't have that same kind of fishy, greasy oiliness.
What do they yearn for? Seal?
Seal.
Like is that their
blubbery?
high fat.
Is that their Big Mac of choice? Is seal?
Yeah, that's the Mickey D's, man.
The bull shark's kind of like Dr. Dan.
They
They're
love
just a
me.
dick.
Yeah, and usually fit people are in the.
You're the bull shark.
surfing.
You're a kind of like a bull shark, Dan.
Right.
Like, I watch this. By the way, Anna, this is your prep as well.
Thank you.
Right here. Prep, bitch. Prep complaining, bitch. So that I get prep from a site that you send me, so it'd be like almost like prep by proxy, and then you still bitch about it.
Well, I prep myself on the prep, so I like to know what's going on. But when you pull something up that I don't know
But
what's
this
going
is
on,
stuff
I feel bad.
within your world that popped up since you've been asleep.
Donald Trump turned himself in Thursday night.
This guy sounds 100, but I think he's only 50.
Dickerson. Do you think? I have a question for you. Do you think that Donald Trump practiced his mugshot face? Or he was like,
No, I think
no, too
No,
mean.
no. I think he probably had a consultant say.
Oh, no doubt.
What do
Look
you
scowly.
Do you smile?
Do you frown?
Do you
Exactly.
frown?
I was wondering the same question.
Oh, you know
Did
that
he practice it in the mirror? you
Yes,
think?
I'm sure he did. Absolutely.
I need to look more angry. Well,
when I was going, when I was going to jail, I had Norman Canellas Jr. call me, and then on my way to turn myself in for the hog deal, I had Senior call me, and he
what'd
said,
they say?
"Bubba, this is Norman Senior. Yes. How far are you from the jail right now?" I said, "About 15 minutes." He goes, "Well, they're expecting you. I done made a phone call. I don't want you to go ahead and pull in the front where all the media is going to be. I want you to go ahead and pull in the back. They're expecting you. They'll open the door up for you, and you pull right in there." Because that's the kind of stroke that Norman had.
Nice.
He'd already called the sheriff, and I go, "Okay." He goes, "Now, I'm going to tell you something. They're going to take your picture. I want you to smile, just like you did nothing wrong, because you didn't do anything wrong. I want you to smile. Don't smile big, but don't look mad or sad." I was like, "Okay, Mr. Cannell." And if you look at I don't even know if that my mug shots, I think that, I know my case was sealed and expunged, but I think my mug shot is out there.
Yeah. Do you have more than one then?
No, I've only been booked once.
Oh.
So did we ever get Paul Pelosi's mugshot?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he?
Did Hunter ever get a mugshot?
No.
Amazing.
He might have, but I mean, not.
So
recently.
Donald Trump's like, "I want you to look mad as hell. Practice." And they're like, "No, more mad. All right, a little less mad. A little bit right there.
More
Perfect.
scowly, more scowly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Here we go."
Trump turned himself
That's
in
the look.
Thursday night to the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta. The former president was
Jesus
booked.
Christ.
Look down to hide the gob. Dan, they told him to look down to hide the gob.
It's perfect. It's the best picture of him in the last 5 years.
And they probably, while he was in his black SUV, his Secret Service,
Powdering his
they
orange
probably had a makeup person in there
doubt.
getting them all made up and told him to scout.
Look at him. He's like looking right through us, it feels. Yeah.
And
it's like he's looking at you saying, "I'm coming for you, mother effer."
I'm telling you right now, man, if you could come up with an unbelievable meme, you could sell T-shirts on Amazon.
They are.
They
are. This is going to be bigger than the Che picture, bigger than all the other pictures.
Don't tread
that people have.
don't tread
Bigger
on
than
me.
the Obama picture with the color,
Dan,
the blue, and the red.
like Andy
hold on.
Warhol style.
But what the meme is everything. Like, don't tread on
There'll be
me.
100 memes.
I know. You got to pick the right one that really resonates with somebody that would want to buy a T-shirt.
Yeah, ding ding.
No,
game on.
Maybe game on.
Game on.
How'd your kids, how'd your wife?
I thought of, let's just right now, I thought on "Don't Tread on Me."
I love it.
"Don't tread on me," or "I'm coming."
And I'm bringing my Louis.
I'm
With a U or a no?
I'm coming.
Oh, no.
I'm coming.
On you.
I think I'm coming.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Here's Donnie.
Here's Donnie. There's so many, and you put it up on Amazon, and if it goes
It's literally, Bubba, though. I do believe this. This is literally the best picture taken of him in the last 5 or 6 years.
But it looks like he looks like
great.
a bad.
He looks like a
badass.
Doesn't he look like a badass?
It looks like he just got. It looks like he just got his black belt.
Yep, he looks like he's got his black belt. He is laser focused. He's looking at you right in the eye.
Yeah.
He has no fear.
Yeah.
No remorse.
He's a leader.
He's a leader. He's a powerful
He's a
leader.
stud.
I want to get behind him.
Don't with me.
Yep. Don't F with me.
Or go ahead. Keep f***ing with me.
Keep trying.
Next. I'm just thinking of memes that you could put in there to sell T-shirts.
I think
By the
just
way,
the picture itself is iconic.
How about my T-shirt today? Is that throwback band?
Oh,
Love it.
I love it. Meet my little friend.
Yeah. You talking to me?
First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the P.
So say good night to the bad guy. So say good night to the bad guy.
One of the best movies ever.
Yeah.
So violent.
Have you watched? Oh, it is violent.
I've watched parts
about
of it,
the
but I don't like the chainsaw part.
How about the chainsaw scene in the hotel in Miami? Oh my
I don't
God!
like that. I don't like that.
Tony
at all.
Montana did not care, did he?
No, he did not.
This is America's Tony Montana. Right here.
Well,
He is, he's not the crookedness part of it, but he's the toughness part. And again, we should help prevent future people from being politically attacked like this guy. And this is obviously when you see the hypocrisy associated with this. When you have literally one of the biggest election deniers of all was in the gubernatorial race in Georgia. That's Stacey Abrams lost, and then was saying election interference, election the repression, it was fixed. It was, and she denied the results of that the entire time. Hillary Clinton denied and called it an illegitimate election when Trump beat her.
She still does.
And still does. And so did the entire Congress. They all said it. All the Democrats in Congress said that he was the illegitimate president. He's not the rightful president. They didn't recognize him as president. They tried to impeach him before he even got elected. And before he got inaugurated, they were ready to impeach him. So, to me, when one doth complain too much from Shakespeare, when one bitches about something too much, they think maybe there's some ulterior motives here. And when they complained about Trump so much and they hate him so much, that makes you think maybe he is onto something. Maybe he is a threat to the establishment. Maybe he is looking out for Americans instead of the New World Order. And what's wrong with that? We want, do we not want our leader to put us first, just like you would want your parents to put you first?
Or do we want to put the migrants that are coming across the border first, give them a couple $1,000, a cell phone, a place to stay, and a court date 5 years from now?
So if your mom, That's the way it goes, isn't it? So Bubba, when you were a kid, if your mom and dad, instead of buying you a bike, bought this family up the street a bike.
Larry Plummer a bike.
Yeah, bought Larry Plummer. No, not even Larry Plummer. Someone
I didn't like.
Someone you don't like or don't know.
Louis Baus.
A stranger. Just a stranger. Yeah. Bought a stranger a brand new bike, and you're riding around with a 7-year-old bike that's all rusty and falling apart. You'd be pissed.
But this Mexican kid who just got to Warsaw gets a brand new bike.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
You'd be pissed. You'd be pissed.
I would
and that's
be pissed.
What's happening here. Americans are riding the old, rusty, crappy bike, and we're buying brand new bikes for everyone but us. At our expense, I'm buying these a-holes from all over the world, bikes. I'm sending bikes to Ukraine. I'm buying bikes for people coming up to the southern border.
And I'm also I'm bringing over the Ukrainian people that don't know how to ride bikes, and I'm teaching them how to ride bikes, just like we are. Anna sent me a story today that we're bringing all these Ukrainian pilots over here to train them on our F-16s.
Yeah.
For real?
Right. So we're
what the hell?
Which means that that this war is going to go for another 3, 4, 5 months, because now we're going to send them over here in a month, train them for a few months, then send them back over there.
We didn't even talk about that guy that got blown up.
The military industry complex, and he's on it. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You got to keep making them F-16s, buddy.
So we killed JFK.
And photographed within an hour of arriving in Georgia. This is his booking.
This is a badass photo.
Otherwise known.
Hey, Lummy, you know what? Tell Andy to get that, and I like to run that behind on my picture deal.
It's iconic. That picture will live on
for the rest of forever.
For the rest of history.
For the rest of our country's history. For however long that is, maybe 3 more weeks.
That may be the most famous picture of Trump that will ever be taken.
That might be one of the most famous pictures
of anyone,
of any American ever taken.
Yep,
probably.
I agree.
I mean, listen. One of the most iconic pictures in our most of our iconic pictures in America, red letter pictures, are involving the presidents. Going back to one of the most iconic pictures, although I don't know how truthful it is when George Washington is crossing the Potomac. Is that not one of?
I don't know if that's a picture.
It's a painting, but yes, it's a picture.
You know what I'm saying, though.
It's an image.
It's right.
Oh, an image.
And then we obviously have some. We just there's these iconic pictures in our history, like the raising of the flag in Iwo Jima. Was that remember the
Is it Okinawa?
Was it Iwo Jima or was it?
I don't.
Dan, the raising of the flag with the soldiers that were putting the flag
in Japan, and one of the islands off of Japan.
Right, and the American flag, and there's like 6 guys that are
hoisting it.
Right, I think I was right.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
Say you're sorry.
So sorry.
I mean, but we have some of these. This Donald Trump's mugshot will go down in history as one of the most iconic You know, another iconic picture is when they were swearing in Lyndon B. Johnson on the plane with Jackie O by his side after the assassination in Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
Remember when they were flying back to
The Air Force
Washington?
One.
Kennedy was in the belly of the plane already in a casket. And you can see Lyndon B. Johnson's
Pretending
right
to
hand
look sad.
on a Bible, and Jackie O is trying to have her composure together. Still blood splatter on her pink ensemble. But that's an iconic picture of our country.
Nixon doing the two peace signs with his sleeves pushed up as he's doing the peace signs as he's leaving office. Iconic.
Right.
The guy, the sailor kissing the girl in New York.
Yeah.
There's like maybe 8 images that are that iconic that I can even think of in the last 250 years.
Right.
And in the last 30 years,
this is the picture. This is the picture.
$1,000 bond before getting back on his plane and heading back to his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Trump continued to assert he did nothing wrong. He also called the case a, quote, travesty of justice. The former
did they get a soundbite from him?
Yeah,
but
they
they
chose
don't
not to
play
play
it.
it. CBS won't play him.
CBS,
CNN won't play him. Trump played it.
And they're also calling him out
Fox played it.
for lying about his height and weight.
or racketeering charges.
They said he's 1 inch taller and 25 pounds lighter than he was 5 months ago.
6'3",
6'3",
When they have him at 6'3", 215, when he's probably, what, 6'2",
240?
240?
Yeah, they're like, this MFer is lying.
18 other co-defendants are charged in the Fulton County indictment. 11 of them have already surrendered, including Trump's former attorneys, John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, and former White House chief of staff.
And now all these people are going to Trump saying, are you going to pay our legal bills? Like, it's just a complete crap
and they're
show.
trying to get everyone to start turning against him. And they'll knock the charges down if you testify against Trump. We'll
Willis
reduce
has
your
given
charges.
the rest of the co-defendants
Right here.
until noon.
Now, is this the woman?
Yeah.
Now, who
Was
is
she the
this?
judge? What is
She's
she?
She's the
district state attorney.
Is she the Mark Ober of?
Yes. She's the
is she the Mark
Atlanta
Ober? Is she the Mark Ober of Atlanta?
Yep.
Okay. Now that's all you got to say.
She's the Mark Ober.
She's the Mark Ober of Atlanta, right?
And she's trying to make a name for herself.
And she's trying to make a name for herself.
Yeah, she can't trump up charges on a DJ, so she's going for the president.
On Friday to turn themselves in. She also requested an October trial date for all those named in the indictment.
Right. So you're going to do a
more, let's bring in
19-person
CBS News
indictment
legal-
with 13 separate charges and have the trial in 2 months.
Well,
and so she's like, well, we have a right to a speedy trial.
Philosophical, if you choose to. The jury verdict says not guilty.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't say innocent.
I sent you what Trump said. It's a minute 21.
Isn't that amazing how I was found not guilty by a jury of my peers, but the state attorney refuses to call me innocent? Isn't that just absolutely not fair?
Yeah, it's not fair.
Right?
Obviously, he had it out for you, just like this district attorney has it out for Trump.
I really believe this is a very sad day for America. This should never happen. If you challenge an election, you should be able to challenge an election. I thought the election was a rigged election, a stolen election, and I should have every right to do that. As you know, you have many people that you've been watching over the years do the same thing, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Stacey Abrams or many others. When you have that great freedom to challenge, you have to be able to, otherwise you're going to have very dishonest elections. What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones, too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think it's very dishonest. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you very soon. Thank you very much.
He's a rock star, man.
Did you pardon yourself?
President Trump,
Are you president?
I was disabled from the previous investigation.
By the way, the president can't pardon himself from
Yeah,
a state
that
charge.
question was dumb on the
It's a
reporter's
stupid question.
I mean, I'm going to go to words, and Shannon Burke just sent me something that I want to send you that I want you to IM me, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Another break gone horribly wrong.
Dude, you are sick, okay? Just go see a doctor.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Big bucks here.
Big Buck Anonymous.
All right, we'll get him set up on the couch.
No. All right. I gotta leave it.
And then Then I'm sending you 3 pictures that I want you to send to me.
Okay.
Sending you pictures. It's an interesting time in history, that's for sure.
Bit of a sad time
It's interesting. Yeah. Dan farted again. Oh, that dog is going fucking wild. Relax. Little ween. Go back to pee again.
Go pee, bitch. About to get yours.
Alright, guys. Fucking scalp crazy. Hi. Hey. How are you? Good to see you. Nice
I'm all situated.
Thank you.
Let me.
Yeah.
Get me those pictures.
I will.
I am them to me.
Okay. Those headphones should work right there.
Thank you, brother.
Let me give me these pictures. You won't be able to turn them on now.
How you doing?
Hey, Dan. How you doing, buddy?
So let me know when you're sending those.
Okay.
Hey, Bubba.
What?
Is it okay if I leave a minute or two early? Because I have to go to my office before I go to the airport.
When do you want to leave?
Like in 5 minutes, probably even before the break.
Well, just leave now then.
Can we put Big Buck in my seat?
No.
Jesus.
Oh, okay.
No, we're good. We're good.
I wasn't ready for that.
Okay, I was just trying to be generous.
Thank you. No.
I got a system, Danny.
I understood.
All right, so I'm not going to cover this then. I was going to cover COVID hospitalizations up 22%.
It's a fucking joke.
All right, well, do you want to comment on that or no?
I just did.
Okay. See you later.
It's a fucking joke.
Text me later.
Went from 5 hospitalizations to 6 hospitalizations.
I got to find a story.
That's what everyone needs to do.
Good luck in Fort Lauderdale.
All right, thanks. I'll be back Sunday early afternoon. Like
Okay.
3-ish.
All right, buddy. I'm in town.
Okay. I sent you the 3 pictures.
Okay. Do you like it?
Yeah.
Oh, I can tell you're taking a shit on it, you stupid fuck.
No, I'm not. I think I get where it's going.
That needs to be a t-shirt.
It does.
Except I need to be in the middle.
Of course. Number 1.
You want him on camera?
Yeah. Oh. What's that?
You want him on camera?
Yeah, you can put Buck on camera if you want. Lummy, we need to get this picture to. Lummy, why can't I get this fucking thing done?
What's it doing?
Oh, okay, I got it. Never mind.
Okay.
I don't know. I really don't.
You know what you're doing.
But when you send them to me as one shot, it doesn't seem like I can expand. Okay, hold on. It doesn't seem like it's letting me make it bigger.
When you click on it, it doesn't have the maximize button.
Let me just show you something here.
All right.
So if I go like this, it gives me individuals.
That's how it was sent to me. 3 individuals.
Oh, okay. Well,
You want me to switch it up? I send it back with you in the middle. You
Yeah.
said second. Okay.
Switch it back with me in the middle, and then I can click and make it bigger.
Gotcha.
Is that doable?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it right now. For let's see if that worked. But I think it's only gonna let you.
Nope, it goes individual willies. It just goes individuals.
It may take me a second. I'll see if I can do it in a photo and put them all together.
Did Dan leave?
Yeah.
Let me know.
All right, I'm trying to do it.
So I'm technically a break behind.
Technically.
Yeah. Especially with Tony coming up.
Anna, do you know the date you want to do this? My guy's wearing me out.
Oh shit, no, I don't know the date. I can't commit to anything. Can't I just let him know and then?
Well, he's gonna at least need a week's notice.
Oh, no doubt. Well, I'll give him a week's notice. Tell him I said thank you so much. But I want to like ask my friends. I don't want to just go by myself.
I know that, but be careful what you ask for, bitch. When you.
What's going on? Congratulations. There's no remorse and no regret associated with anything they do.
You are refreshingly vulgar.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Lummy, do we got that handle? By the way, Big Buck is in here. How about Dan trying to boss hog his way now? As a guest, listen, I don't want anybody mad at me, but we're going to have a rule. I mean, first of all, only a certain amount of people are even allowed to be in the studio while I broadcast because I'm so weird. I don't like people in here.
I think you're just routine. I don't think you're weird.
Well, I think, okay, whatever. Regimented. And, but when I do get, inner circle guys like a Big Red or like if Joe from the West Side or, Cable Dog or something like that or Buck are in town, we'll let them sit in for a little bit. No big deal. But you're not going to sit at the big table, hot dogging it. Going to put you on the couch, maybe put a camera up there a little bit, turn your mic on, maybe get a couple little sound bites out of you. I don't know. Maybe nothing. Just being in here watching the show should be good enough. Dan wants to put Buck right up in there like mainstay Willie.
With the gold mic.
And it's not even his show to be delegating that. Dan, you numb nut. God, sometimes he's so stupid.
Then he leaves early. I mean,
whatever. Lummy, were you able to do that for me?
That's what I'm working on right now.
So it's not like this is not going to work?
Yeah, I'm trying. I had to put it in like a photo editor.
Anyway, I think people will be able to just stop. I think people can see this.
Oh.
Shannon Burke sent this to me today. That would be that if we could just make Donald's picture a little bit bigger so that it was the same size, because it looks like, me and Shannon got big heads and Donald's a little peanut head. If we could just blow Donald's up a little bit and make it the same size. There's 3 badasses right there. Look at that. 3 badasses. Shannon Burke, Bubba Clem, and Donald Trump. What do you think about that, Anna?
Oh.
Yes, no? You're not saying nothing?
I like it.
I don't know if we make it a shirt or not.
Oh, why not?
I don't know. I've been making so
Just
much.
have to scale it so like they're all the same size.
Well, me and Shannon are about the same size. Don't you think?
Yeah, you can edit it down.
Yeah.
I look good as hell. I think I look good as. I think I should use my mugshot as my press photo. I think my mugshot looks good as hell. That blonde
Your hair
tip.
looks, yeah.
Blonde tips, 5 o'clock shadow, a little bit thinner. Hell yeah, much better than what I look like now. Look at me, I look like a grandpa compared to that. Anyway, Shannon Burke, thank you for the. I'm going to start using that. I'm going to put that up on Twitter and things like that. Did you send this to me, or is this one of my click-throughs? I think you sent this to me.
I sent this to you, yes.
All right.
Look at you. Thank you.
Top reasons Americans get divorced. I'll tell you right now. You can sit here and read this article, and this article will say a certain amount of things, but here's why people get divorced. Because mama ain't giving up the ass no more.
I mean.
No, for real. That or you're just, mama ain't been changed, or whoever you're having sex with. It could be daddy. I mean, it could be 2 men's. Could be 2 ladies. It could be, marriage is defined now not just by a man and a woman. Marriages comes in all different shapes and sizes now.
More.
But at the absolute root of divorce comes sexual, like, I wouldn't say, it just like, maybe you could, maybe
I
you're
would say
still,
that's maybe the core reason. I would say that's a symptom of a larger reason why if a woman decides she doesn't want to put out anymore.
If a woman
she's mad,
that's her responsibility to keep her man happy.
Well, yes, but it's also a man's responsibility to keep his woman happy. So, as they say, it takes two to tango. So.
And how many times have you been married?
Doesn't matter. I look at the stats. And women typically initiate like 70 to 80%, at least in America, initiate those divorces. So if they're not giving it back, they're the ones that are leaving most of the time.
Yeah,
or at least initiating the divorce.
Because homeboy is getting it somewhere else.
Infidelity is a big one, no doubt.
And that starts with
I'd say
mama.
money. I'd say money is a big one,
Mama
too.
let herself go. She ain't nearly as hot as she used to be. She ain't doing near the oral stuff she used to be. Listen, seriously.
No, I understand.
And us guys love oral.
I understand, but I think that the lack of sex is a symptom of a larger issue, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
It's
not the only issue, but
she's mad at the guy for doing something, and so she stops putting out, and then he gets mad and he cheats on her, and then she finds out, and then they divorce. So it's a symptom of a larger problem, I think.
But 2/3 of that problem has to do with the quality, then the quantity, and the frequency of getting ass.
Sure.
Right? I don't think you can have a sexless marriage. But some people become sexless.
Yeah.
I don't think, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that people real old still do it.
It's probably less frequent than younger folks, for sure.
Like Lummy, do you think that your mom and dad are still doing it?
Yeah, do you think they're banging?
No, I
they're
don't.
blasting?
I don't think they are.
Now, my stepfather died January 3rd. God bless him. Rest in peace, Eddie. I love you. I miss you. But I think him and Janie Cakes were still
blasting.
I think so. Not
probably
a lot.
Occasionally.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not a lot. I think Jeff had some kidney stone issues, which might have affected his boner from time to time. And my mom would take me aside sometimes and goes, "You get on that radio and you act like I don't want to do stuff. But let me tell you something. A lot of times it's him. I'm just telling you." I'm like, oh, okay, Mom.
Yeah.
All right.
With age, also, affects your hormones. Makes your libido less strong. And
I'm going to be on Cialis and Viagra till the day I die.
But does that really affect your arousal, or does that help you just keep a boner?
If you got a boner,
you know what I mean?
Listen, if you got a boner, it's hard, whether your mind wants to do it or not, it's hard to tell that boner no. Because eventually that boner will take over everything.
That's why they said there's the nursing homes. There's a lot of older folks getting after it. Look at the villages.
Now let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If you were in a, because you're Jewish.
Okay.
You're a smart ass and you're a know-it-all and you're irritating.
Go on.
And you're a bitch.
No, I mean like with your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant go on and keep ripping on you.
No.
I hate you.
No, stop.
And yesterday was so great when you weren't in here chiming in when you were out of the studio. No, but did you not? Did you not kind of appreciate the time off because you knew we stuck to our game?
You did, and I listened in for a while.
Yeah, and you're like, I wouldn't want to participate in any of that.
I was just like, ugh, yeah, boy stuff, gross.
But I wonder if, Lummy, let's say that they send you to a group home, okay?
Yeah.
Which has got to suck. When you become so like you're pooping your pants and your family can't take care of you anymore, and they put you in a group home, and those group homes they range on the kind of care you get.
Sure do.
Like, the $1,500, $2,000 a month ones, man, you might even have a roommate. Like they may take but man, you get in, you're spending $5,000 or $6,000 a month on grandma. She's got her high end, she's got her own little 1-bedroom apartment. They're down there doing her dry cleaning, making sure she's all taken care of.
Yeah.
But so I wonder if you're in one of those homes. Now, Lummy, when you're in one of these homes, these men are hornier than hell.
They sure are.
And they're always being very inappropriate to the staff. And, like I know some women that have worked in these places, and they'll walk in on Grandpa Fred, and he's got his wiener literally hanging out, saying inappropriate things. But I wonder if, let's say they put you in a group home and you got a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you got a cool son that arranges some chicks to come by and take care of Grandpa. I wonder if that's allowed.
Why not?
No,
I mean, you got enough money, anything can happen. So,
like if you had your own room, right? If you didn't have a roommate and you had your own 1-bedroom apartment, because that's the way the upper end ones are. They actually have like a 1-bedroom apartment.
Even if you have a roommate, just get him a girl too.
And I can't think that it would be illegal. Like if hot penthouse, dollhouse stripper girl, walks into the facility and said, "I'm here to see Grandpa Fred in room 213." They're like, "Okay." And she goes down there, she blasts the hell out of Grandpa Fred, and then, you give her $500-$600.
I've seen stuff like that in like Japan and even in the States where they like strippers come in and do like a show for the guys there.
Well, a show is one thing.
Or if it's some guy's birthday, like he's 110 and they're dancing on his lap and stuff.
But a show and dancing on your lap's one thing. Taking Grandpa around the farm.
That's right.
I mean, that's what he really wants.
Mr. Mark's dad, $10 on Venmo.
I'm sure that happens too.
And I wonder if maybe we could be the first, get some investors to come up with a facility that has that built in.
There you go.
You're like, listen, we know it's $4,500 a month for Grandpa to have this 1-bedroom apartment here. We take care of him. There's bingo. There's we feed him the whole 9 yards. But for an extra $1,500, we can send one of our girls down there to Grandpa Fred once a week for some relief.
Oatmeal and oral.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Tuesdays are oatmeal and oral.
They're all dressed in like really sexy nurse outfits.
Yeah.
Sure. Like Fred, Grandpa Fred, you need your prostate checked, don't you? Huh? I don't know if I want to get my prostate checked. I just want to probably get straight oral.
Joe Biden.
Yeah. So anyway, what leads to divorce? I'll tell you. Not getting ass. Either the woman shutting the ass down, or the woman being mad because you went and got some additional outside, non-permission, non-sanctioned ass because she shut it down. But it all starts with the girl shutting the ass down.
Do you think it's always just about infidelity? Because I think it's a range of things. Because it seems like yours is always centered around that.
Well, because I'm true to the game. It's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Like that. Society doesn't want to admit.
I would say when the rest of the relationship is in the toilet, oftentimes the sex life suffers. But again,
do you think pie chart, Bubba? What they said, like the percentages.
I think it's like a lot of people said irreconcilable differences, but that's hard because
that's so vague.
Yeah. That could be anything.
That could be,
I would say it's mostly money and infidelity, lack of communication.
I know. Did you see it? Did you see it thinking? And then it took me right out of the deal.
It shows on mine. What the hell?
Look, it's not on mine, Lummy.
Huh.
I wonder if those pictures froze the.
I don't know.
I'll see if I can send you.
There's a story. Somebody told me to look up. There's a story, and I don't know how this guy gets charged and Mike Calta doesn't. But there's a story in Miami where a PGA golfer took his wife's phone.
Oh, in Miami.
Yeah, in Miami.
You played golf with it?
He took his wife's phone, and then he didn't allow her. And then he pushed her in the pool.
Shut up.
He took her phone and he pushed her in the pool. And he got arrested.
Eric Compton.
Is there a story on it?
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Pete Davidson is a serial dater.
Well, yeah, he's a guy.
And so
he wants to blast all these hot chicks.
Yesterday or 2 days ago, it's like Pete Davidson's kind of trying to clean his act up, trying to get. I guess he went to rehab, stuff like that. And so they have a picture, and he's got this new kind of normal, not Kim Kardashian or any other famous bitches that he used to date, but he's got like this kind of normal-looking, very attractive, cute brunette, and it's like they've been, going around town, and they're like they really love each other. Look how hot she is. My Lord.
I sent you that link too.
I mean, she's hot, but she's no Emily Ratajkowski.
Okay, right.
I mean,
you're right, but then
she's no Kim
But then the next day, look, boom, already braked up with her.
I don't. That
or is that a different one?
Sue girl has been in the picture for a minute.
I think they broke up and then he was seen out with that other girl.
Oh, so he was with the Me Love You Long Time,
right?
And then broke up with the newest one.
Yeah.
Let me. You got whatever you're sending me now, Lummy.
Right
It sucks.
PGA, Lummy.
It's PGA. You had it right there. PGA to the right.
I gotta close out Pete. Pete Davidson splits from girlfriend.
Close out that tab to open the tab next to it, okay?
Yeah.
God.
All right, so now hold on.
Sorry,
So
I'm not an engineer.
these people, he's been dating this chick for a year.
See?
And then then there's pictures of him with that hot brunette chick.
Is he dating that other brunette chick?
I don't know. I would be, though.
Maybe he's just hugging her.
Maybe there's. Here's the thing. Us guys don't have to date you to want to blast you.
You don't?
No.
You just want to blast and leave?
I can. I mean, if
you don't
that's-
want to cuddle all the time?
No. Hell no.
Or take me out to dinner? Or hold my hand?
If I don't have to.
Or rub my head?
Some men have to. Some men like Pete Davidson might say, hey, you know what? I just want to come over and blast. And be blasting buddies.
Doo-doo.
I mean, not a lot. I mean, you got to have a certain amount of swag, though, Anna, to be able to have a blasting buddy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Looks like Pete
Blasting
Davidson.
Bale?
It looks like Pete Davidson, Lummy, had this chick as full-time Willie and then had that brunette as a blasting buddy. And it looks like he probably is still with the brunette on the blasting buddy, and then the relationship deal, boom's gone from this chick. Chase Sue what's her name?
Chase Sue?
Chase Sue Wanders. Oh. What is she famous for?
I don't
She's not even that
know.
good looking. Get the hell out of here. I'm Pete Davidson with a big dong. I used to date Kim Kardashian. I don't need you for
Maybe
nothing.
he just had an Asian fetish at that point.
Now, why does this guy get arrested and Mike Calta doesn't? I'm just asking. Former PGA player Eric Compton was arrested and taken to jail by the Miami-Dade police after a domestic dispute last weekend. In a police report obtained by Golf Week, Compton allegedly threw his wife into a wall and her cell phone into the pool during an argument at their house. Compton has been charged with domestic battery and strong-arm robbery.
Is there a video of it?
If they don't even have a video of it. It's just her testimony against his testimony and the investigation that they did. We had video. And Lummy, it looks like she has an iPhone, just like Erica did. And they valued, it's just the whole no pros for Calta was just such a
I thought you were trying to...
injustice. Compton was diagnosed with viral something as a child.
Viral pimp hand.
Viral pimp hand.
It's a disease. It's spreading.
Look at that. Boom. PGA golfer was arrested over the weekend for allegedly throwing his wife into a wall, which would have been the same as Calta smashing the Merch Crick's face, and her cell phone, which Calta did take her cell phone, did he not? And go through it.
Yep.
Taken to jail by Miami-Dade police, charged with domestic battery and strong-arm robbery. A lot of people are asking me, like, well, what was Erica doing? What was Merch Crick doing there to begin with?
Doesn't matter.
What does it matter?
What does it matter?
She went to a radio station promotion that Mike Calta was live on the air, inviting people to come see him on the air. And so she went there, and she had a couple questions for him.
One, she kind of messed up a little bit. God bless her heart.
One, she messed up bad, and he owned her. And the other one that she
nailed it.
She nailed it.
And then he nailed her.
Exactly. She nailed the story. So she should actually get some type of journalistic award when a female journalist nails a story on a guy that likes to hit women.
I didn't know if you.
What happens?
I sent you a Fox 35 news coverage from the other day. I didn't know if you wanted to see how they covered it.
Okay, well, it came up too. Look at Lum.
Right now, PGA golfer Eric Compton was arrested on Saturday, accused of throwing his wife into a wall. This was reported in Miami. Local news outlets reporting the 43-year-old and his wife. Right now, PGA golfer Eric Compton was arrested on Saturday.
See, like, Anna, there's no difference other than Erica was not married to Mike Calta. There's no difference.
Right. They don't know why he did it, right?
No.
Doesn't matter. He's guilty.
Doesn't matter that she called him what's the worst thing a woman can call a man? A pussy.
Usually,
you're a failure at golf.
Or like,
loser.
You didn't blast me as good as so and so.
You're right.
Something like that. Or like,
oh my God.
It's not as good as your best friend's D-taste.
Yeah, or he found something on her phone, maybe a couple D-pics of another dude.
It's usually that. Sexual infidelity.
Maybe she saw, maybe got this big heavy equipment operator like
half the man as Dave.
Only if you blasted me as good as Buck on a
Maybe I wouldn't have
bulldozer.
To screw around on you because you're a little pussy.
Yeah, you little pussy golfer. Maybe if you could run a D6 like Buck can. bitch.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Oh, it looks like here's what it is. It says when Compton's wife took out her phone to record the incident, he allegedly grabbed it out of her hand and threw it into the pool.
Can it even be more? Hold on. Can it even swim? Can it even be more like Erica's deal?
Right.
So she was filming him, and he didn't want to be filmed, so he grabbed her phone, which they considered strong arm robbery.
Yeah.
Which they said Mike Calta did not commit strong arm robbery against a merch crick. Then he threw her against a wall. Well, Mike Calta
threw her against his fist.
Pie-faced it. Did you know the state attorney says that was not considered a hit?
What was it considered?
It was considered
a push with your fist.
It was considered defending himself and creating distance.
Creating distance.
And it looks like his wife had a small bruise on her left arm.
A small bruise.
Hold on. And if you look at the police report, the Sarasota Sheriff's Police Report, it said that Erica's had a slightly bruised lip in the police report.
Yeah.
How does Mike Calta? How is he a free man? Didn't get jailed. No charges filed. Nothing to see here. Do you know why?
Because of you.
Because of me. I mean, we
it's the
can
Bubba effect.
I mean, I know that you're being a smartass.
No,
I'm
actually serious. I'm not trying to be facetious.
It really is.
No, I know it is. No doubt.
It's like how the words they use. It said allegedly grabbed and threw her into a wall, which she got a small bruise.
Right now, PGA golfer Eric Compton was arrested on Saturday, accused of throwing his wife into a wall. This was reported in Miami. Local news outlets reporting the 43-year-old and his wife were fighting over relationship issues. That's when she, the report says, started to record him. The report also states that he grabbed her phone, threw it into the pool, and then her into a wall. Compton is charged with felony robbery, strong arm, and misdemeanor.
Bob, I sent you another Twitter. Oh, is it?
What?
Sorry.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket now on YouTube and YouTube.
When's the first real game?
What do you mean?
Of the NFL?
7th of September.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, I got Tony Mandrich in 15 minutes.
Sure
yeah, baby. And you got like 10 breaks to take.
Yeah, please, I gotta go. Hold on, see me.
Don't be mad at him, dude. Be happy for him. He would be happy for you.
Yep, they got it all figured out.
Oh, no, I'm happy for him. I'm so happy for him that I would like to beat him with my happiness.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
You need some water?
Good? Oh, no, yeah, I got water. Thank you.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, brother. How you doing? Good. Working hard?
Or hardly working. No, he's always working hard.
Working hard and fucking trying to get the fuck out of here on a Friday.
Only to come back Friday night.
Oh, it's gonna be a banging show.
Oh yeah. We're gonna make some monies and have some good times. There's some drinks and some barbecue.
Oh yeah.
I'll be here for the barbecue. So I can have some of that. What is it called, Bubba? Kielbasa?
Bitch, you ain't having any of that.
I'm just asking what it's called.
You're not having any of it, so shut up.
Yes, I am actually. Susan's making me a corn salad, so suck it. Please, Mr. Boss.
Thank you, Will. Oh yeah, you guys. We gotta send this to Tony.
Ding ding. So yeah. Where do you live again?
Charleston.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mount
Oh yeah, people
Pleasant,
from
actually.
Charleston. Duh.
I'm watching how you do this,
Duh.
so that I
We had a good time in Charleston. It was fun.
sign in.
It's a pretty spot to visit.
Yeah.
Google.
Yeah.
It's relaxing and there's a lot of tourists.
Okay.
Oh, I bet.
We're in.
They're really
Now
trying to
we're in.
drive
We're gonna host
that
the meeting.
Fort Sumter
Okay.
fucking
Video
start of
line.
the Civil War
Video
deal.
line.
Yeah.
Seems to be a big draw.
Launch this.
Yeah.
Launch
Yeah,
the
that
meeting.
and there is so much history in Charleston itself.
Mhm.
It's really nice.
Then
It's
Yeah.
getting to the point now where it's
Mhm.
overpopulated.
And
Really?
invite.
A lot
Was
of
it
people
ever
from-
like a,
Mhm.
how long you've lived there your whole life?
25 years now.
Oh shit. Where are you originally from then?
A little town in New Holland, Pennsylvania.
Oh shit.
So we have more cows than people, or more cows than.
And that's what you.
than
This is what you
horses.
patient email
Then
to
people there?
the person.
I come from a little hodo town.
Yeah.
Send us along.
Where
You put this in the email.
There's a farm
Not that
equipment actually made there. It's called New Holland Ford.
You got you
Okay.
lost.
Yeah,
So that's where it's being
I'm-
actually made. It's made in New
I
Holland.
overthought it.
Are you in Charleston proper or like is it?
Yeah, I'm
So-
in Mount Pleasant, which is
Mount Pleasant. Yeah, that's where we stayed.
Yeah.
Mount Pleasant. We saw Folly Beach, which was cool.
You probably
Valley
copy
is really
link.
nice. It's
We went
No,
on the
I know
shooting
it's
day,
doing
though,
an
but it
update.
was cool.
Even on a bad day, Folly's always, you got all kinds of little bars there.
Yeah, it's
and
cute.
The beach is nice.
Shame, that's where that.
Yeah.
DUI, golf cart.
That was really bad.
Was that like big local?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That was, a lot of people were in uproar, and then a lot of donations actually was made to the family.
That's rough.
I feel so bad
What,
for him.
Mach, what the fuck are you doing, lover?
That and there are few because I hear about a lot of like people getting murdered and killed and shit. But that one struck me like I couldn't just move over it.
You think
and
I'm
I
gonna
brought it
be
up
able
a
to
few
do
days in a
all this
row
shit?
'cause I was just like on your wedding day.
God, shut the fuck up.
Your day, right? And that happens.
You know, you just clipped me out of all my fucking
I feel
tabs.
so bad for him.
Yeah, and Bubba was, obviously has to put a funny spin on it, but he said he had mixed feelings because the girl that did it was kind of hot.
Oh yeah.
So he was just like, wait a second, this throws a wrench in me.
Yeah.
Because usually he has like more compassion for people who are hot, but yeah, I mean it was just such a tragic story. Holy shit.
Lemmy, I'm trying to get you a link to send Tony.
All right, I screwed it all up.
Fuckface here, like
Come on, fuckface.
I mean, god dang.
So when we go to
What did you do wrong, fucking Andy?
St. John Virgin
You're making me nervous.
Fly into
You're
St.
watching
John
too much.
And then take a boat across to
Okay.
St. John. So everybody down there vacates at Charleston, and everybody at Charleston goes down there. So it's
Oh
a nice
really?
walk. Yeah.
And then like people that
right
live
here.
there vacation in Charleston?
Yeah.
Why is that just
It's another tourist town, and they come over because it's a U.S. Virgin Islands. So
Yeah, yeah,
they're
yeah.
allowed to move.
Sure.
freely. And it's
Send it?
just
Yeah, hold on.
It's 3-hour airplane. ride,
Yeah?
So it's
No.
not
Charleston
far away.
direct?
Hold on.
And then you said a boat.
Yeah,
I'll play a fucking-
Ride's awesome.
How long is that boat ride?
Like 20 or 30 minutes.
Oh shit,
You know,
okay.
yeah,
It's
it's
like a
not
little
bad.
ferry deal. Oh, that's super
That's what you
cool.
probably fucking needed to do the
No,
entire
no,
time, you
no,
dumb
no,
fuck.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
Oh, it is.
There it
Yeah, I was trying to tell you.
Oh, that's
Well,
Well,
you
so
got
did
it.
the
You
Caribbean
Jack that
Miami.
motherfucker. Let me, did you get it?
Miami.
You just got it now.
On
Send it.
Trillion.
Yeah.
Send it to Tony.
Sending it now.
Tell Tony we'll be there at 9:30. Not about 9:35.
Are you gonna show me
They
videos?
said it's
No.
changed.
Yeah.
Obviously, 9:35.
Whoa, you just can't fucking walk away, brother.
Really?
Where's that?
It's pretty like a small town vibe, or
Damn, honestly,
super
fucking
touristy?
Very
loud
local.
mouth, cross
Very
talking, fucking
local.
bullshit.
And the beaches are
Here's
so
these over
clear
here.
and so clean. You'll
Big
have
Buck,
baby
tell me
turtles.
more.
You'll have baby turtles swimming up.
Buck,
Baby turtles.
Baby
I love
turtles.
baby
but
turtles.
how do I get that full screen, Willie, when I want to do it?
You-
What
well,
about
I'll be
Little
here.
St.
I'll be here.
James?
He's got the link, so we're good. Just go ahead and go. Send him the link.
Oh, no. But you
He's
can
not
see
coming
it
out till
from
9:30 though, right?
Really?
I know, I told him
Right, so go ahead and do
9:35.
You told him what?
Yeah.
I told him
Oh, I know,
9:30.
about
Yeah,
that.
9:35.
9:35.
I'm gonna play the parody,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go into words.
And I'll be back with more.
I'd like to visit it. Just to say I was there. It's probably really nice. It's got nice beaches.
That island's pretty big, actually.
Little St. James?
Yes.
Oh shit. Yeah.
There's a roadway that goes all the way around the whole entire island.
Oh fuck. That's where they should do Fire Festival too. Is on Little St. James.
Well, they also have a bunker in there too for some reason.
Oh yeah, I wonder what reason that could be. Holy shit.
Yeah, the locals don't even talk about that island.
They don't?
No.
Just this like condemned.
Yeah, they don't even talk about it. Nobody goes over there.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not a good vibe down there.
Not a good vibe.
Nobody.
So look up the heebie-jeebies. Fuck, I'll go there though. You get a free
There's
trip to Little
actually-
St.
Why do you
James.
talk so much, Anna?
Being friendly.
Jesus fuck.
There's actually
Distracting.
a truck down there called Bubba
Let me.
too.
Just making,
Oh,
yeah.
God, we're in here working and she's over here blabbing her fucking mouth.
What?
Nice.
Tell me about the.
Time to draw the line. Welcome to new levels of insanity and depravity.
Yeah, we're talking about
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Bubba's spending off trolls, trying to make pay with 199s and Twitch hype trains. Wish he could get out of here, enjoy the track that he grades. Maybe go back home with Larry Plummer, he'd play. It's a damn shame what his world's come to, with IRS dead and Mark over 2. Radio stations are bust, shadow banned on YouTube, but that's the biz that he's in. But he's got a new girl with the aha codes. his rich friend had to gift them. Lord knows that Danny just wants to help Bubba along. They like to call him a dick, but they'll call him right quick when they get in that jam. That's when they always call him Dr. Danny's the man. He's your friend till the end. Bubba's best friend is a rich man.
You're so irritating.
What are you talking about?
Because we're in here, like, in the middle of trying to get stuff done and stuff, and you're, like, doing a full-blown...
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, but...
I wasn't trying to distract you.
But when you're talking to somebody in this room, it's just very distracting. You're doing a full-blown interview with Buck.
Well, he's talking about baby turtles.
Well, he's talking about baby turtles.
I love baby turtles.
Let me have you... Did you get a hold of Tony Mandridge?
I also sent him a... Yep, I got it. He just responded to me.
Fantastic. Tell him that we will... I'm going to do some commercials, okay?
He said, I can do 9:36.
He can do... He said, hold on. He said, I can do 9:36.
Yeah, with a smiley face.
He's just being a dick.
I know.
You big lunkhead. That's what I call him. Him and I have become quite friendly.
Chat called Big Buck my homeless cousin.
Yeah. Who did?
Chat did.
Chat, your home.
And we're all wearing the same shirt.
Yeah, we are.
Chat is. Buck is kind of your homeless cousin.
He's my homeless uncle.
That didn't touch you.
Yeah, exactly.
He's your homeless uncle that didn't touch you.
Yeah.
Kevin Costner, is he going to be part of? You know what? I think Yellowstone is they're risking losing the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hope this is their last season because they done screwed the pooch. Yeah. Like, right?
And the writer's strike didn't help. And
Costner's not coming back. Is he going to be replaced with Matthew McConaughey? Now, is Yellowstone going to is it going to continue on? Or is it done?
They haven't announced it yet because
they're being a bunch of dicks.
And they don't have really anywhere to go because they have no writers. So they don't know what's going to happen after the season.
Anyway, Costner just went through a pretty bad divorce, and his wife, her wealth grew from $100 million to $400 million over the course of the marriage. Now,
no, she's claiming that his wealth grew from 100 to 400 million.
Well, it probably
did. So she's owed more, I guess, is what she's suggesting.
Man, bitch, she's probably what did she get?
I don't know.
I mean, what did she get? Like 36 million or something like that?
Yeah, I think it was.
What do you need? Come on. What do you...
Did they have children together?
Christine says legal docs obtained by TMZ back in 2004 when the couple were hammering out their prenup. Kevin disclosed that he was worth $102 million. But now she says that she says that he doesn't know if that was full disclosure. Listen, the prenup that you sign at the time that you sign it, I think, is what you're on the hook for, right?
Yeah.
And sorry, they were married for how long again?
Fast forward to 2023, and the two are working to final. I mean, it looks like maybe 20 years, 18, 19 years.
And they have some kids. Isn't that a?
Oh yeah, well, but I think it's a grown kid kicker, so it doesn't count. Fast forward to 2023, as the two are working out to finalize their contentious divorce. Christine says she believes Kevin's worth is about $400 million, with about $24 million in cash.
If you were to make a prediction about the reason why they split, what do you think it is?
He just got tired of that ass.
You don't think she walked away from him?
No.
Try to get that money,
No. He found some hot 25-year-old on the Yellowstone set that wants to just blast him every night, every which way.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he wants to get divorced. That means maybe he just wants some side ass.
Yeah, then he comes home to, I've been with the same the same piece of leather for 20 years. I like new leather.
Oh, it looks like in the prenup she was only going to get paid $1.5 million, so now she's...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's going to need more than that.
She's going to need way more than that to live in... You can't live in L.A. on 1.5. By the way, my next guest, Tony Mandridge, he lived in L.A. I think right before the Packers drafted him, he moved to L.A. Did you know that, Lummy? Right after the Combine.
Well, yeah, that's when he was going to the Guns N' Roses concerts and stuff. Yeah, he was a rock star.
Look at this, world's sexiest softball player, sizzles in cowboy boots and busty corset. Look at this. Who does she play for? I'm buying season tickets for this bitch. Mississippi State. Mississippi State. Look at that. And is she a pitcher, a catcher? What is she? She can't be a catcher.
I think she's an outfielder.
Is she?
Wow.
Wow.
I like her jumpsuit.
Mississippi State should be using her as in all marketing, right?
Don't softball chicks have a
outfield.
different reputation for, like not being...
That's old school ones, not new school ones.
Softball chicks used to be kind of, lesbian-ish.
Yes.
Nothing's wrong with that.
Nope.
Lesbian-ish is cool. But, now softball chicks are getting hotter. I'll tell you who else is hot. Gymnasts.
I knew you were going to say that. Are you talking about Olivia Dunn? She's everywhere. You know what I'm talking about?
From LSU.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you send that to me immediately? I'm going to go into words so that I'm dead on with Tony. First question I'm asking Tony is when he was at Michigan State, were the softball chicks still a little, linebacker-ish? Or are they hot like this little freak?
Before they got super hot.
Tony Mandrich, former Packer, former Colt. Coming up next. Hold on.
It's quite painful to listen.
Children love
Bubba the Love Sponge.
the perfect combination of entertainment and education.
Yes, it's quite painful to listen until the medication kicks in. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Action!
Yeah, I sent it to you, baby.
Her Instagram?
Yeah. Bubba's going to like it.
Let me see here. Hold on. You sent it to me?
Yeah.
I sent it to you too, but she probably has hers up there.
Yeah. There you go. Right next to the Apple Uglies.
I've been married 22 years. I can look. I just can't tell.
Yeah. There you go. No, she's
Oh,
no
shit.
doubt.
I may have just fucked up my...
Way to go, Peter Man.
That's you, bitch. That's fucking you.
Yeah, I shouldn't have sent him anything on her.
Now I'm fucked. She sent me something and fucked me. Like a dumb fucking bitch. She's just really been irritating today.
Hey, what she sent you looks pretty good, though.
Oliver,
Tell Lunkhead to connect.
Here. I'll send it to you on your phone, Peter
Please, sir,
Man.
thank you.
Copy this URL. Send a fucking booby.
Lunk, you going to a lunkhead?
Say, hey, Bubba said, hey, Lunkhead.
Yeah, I'm putting it in quotes. I don't want to, when I see him, have him beat me up.
All right, Bubba, I sent it to your phone. It's a damn shame.
Are you flexing behind Bubba for Tony?
What's that?
I asked Macho. It looked like he was flexing on camera for Tony.
Oh, he's trying to show. Yeah, he's trying to show off.
He's trying to show Tony his right arm, not his left arm.
Yeah.
Let me get that one in there.
Gooch just texted me and said that Mach looks like he's losing volume in the left.
Shut the fuck up, Gooch.
No, for real. Check. Look. Hold on. I want you to look at my phone. Look at this. Tell Mach he looks like he's a little smaller on the left side. I go, that will freak him out.
Yep. We're aware.
Mach is losing volume on. Hey, Lummy?
Yes.
Mach is losing volume on the left.
I know. I can see it from back here. Behind from
Shut the fuck up,
shoulder injury and the elbow
Macho.
injury.
You look great, and everything's symmetrical.
Did he sign on yet?
I texted him up.
He said
Hold on,
natural
just text me back.
36.
He said, "Okay."
Wow.
Who's this? Anna, who's this bitch?
I told you the gymnast.
That's from LSU.
Oh my lord.
I told you.
She said she can't go to classes anymore because there's too many people that are trying to stalk her.
Oh, I would just absolutely fucking
ravish her.
I'd eat the corn out of her. I'd eat the corn out of her gimmick.
Corn out of her gimmick.
I can't say what I can't say it on the radio. I can say it probably. I eat the corn out of her poop.
And she's a pretty good gymnast, I think. Like, she's legit.
She's not too bad.
She does the flipping and the flopping and stuff, you know.
Hello, Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let's see.
Fucking lunkheaded. He's probably supersetting skull crunchers right now, not even paying attention.
We are revamping the app, yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, Tony, quit fucking supersetting skull crunchers and get on the fucking Zoom,
Right now
buddy.
the app isn't working.
That's what put
for
my
Android.
elbow was Skull Crusher.
It's something with it, but it works for the iPhone.
So you would just hit and hit.
All right, what? 2 minutes and.
Oh, okay.
Flipping and flopping.
Full screen.
Oh yeah.
That big lunkheaded motherfucker.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, let me cue you.
Well, like when
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, lunkhead?
It will be part of the Bubba Army package.
Yeah, we can.
$99.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Just get the
I said quit supersetting skull crunchers and get on ready to go.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Oh, who was the girl trying to flex behind me? Oh, did you guys hear that?
Macho here?
Fucking Tony's a dick, man.
Yeah, might as well live up to the reputation.
Hey, were you perceived as a dick, like in the locker room? Would you be like mean to people? You were mean to some people. We got a minute 59, but that's one of the questions I'm going to ask you. Who are you mean to, and who are you mean to?
I can't reveal names.
You can be like you're like, listen, man, Brent Fullwood.
No, Brent Fullwood's a good dude.
We're messing this organic. We got to save this for the show. We can't mess all this organicness up. We're 1:35 out. That's a badass Spartans hat you got there, buddy.
Get ready for the season.
Are they going to be good this year?
They're supposed to be good. I mean, they're supposed to be better. Like 2 years ago, they kicked ass. Last year, they shit the bucket, and this year they're supposed to be good again. It's that portal. It's that transfer portal that fucks things up.
Packers got that little wide receiver from Michigan State.
Yes. Yeah. Actually,
Who's the greatest all-time Spartan in the NFL?
not 1989. Not 1989 though.
Hold on. Who's the best Michigan State Spartan ever in the NFL?
Oh man. I mean, Bubba Smith has to be.
Yeah, he's Hall of Famer.
He's got to be up there.
Did you ever meet Bubba Smith?
I've met him, I think, once, and it was, I think, at Michigan State. But remember Kirk Gibson went to Michigan State too.
Yeah, oh yeah. But he played football too, didn't he?
Football All-American and baseball All-American.
All right, 20 seconds. Here we go, Tony.
Andre Rison was pretty good.
That's right. Hell yeah. It's my boy. Here we go.
The Love Sponge.
Broadcasting from a bricked-in parking garage near the flight path of a major American airport. It's time to turn out the propaganda and manipulate some minds. Now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy standing by from Phoenix here. I don't think that he cares. You know, he lives in Phoenix because he's pretty much a badass. He can defend himself. So
I think it's on his Instagram too.
If you're stupid enough to go up to his door and try to like ding dong ditch him, he'll probably end up kicking your ass at the end of the day. We've actually become pretty close to the point where we're going to do this little thing together. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Mandrich via Zoom. Tony, how are you, my friend?
Good, man. Good. How are you?
Doing good. How things for you in Phoenix? I know that you had a big out-of-town photo shoot that you sent me some like still lapse photography. That guy looked like a pretty badass, whoever that guy was.
Guy is a badass. His name is Ray Love, and 92-year-old Green Beret, Army veteran, Vietnam War veteran, Korean War veteran. Just an unbelievable story. So I did a photo shoot and going to do some compositing with it, make some really cool shots. And then his daughter did a 2-hour interview video that I videoed with him about his whole kind of really his life story. It's absolutely stunning. I mean, it's at the end. I mean, even at the end, it's kind of like, damn. I mean, what these guys went through is incredible.
And it makes us really look how soft we are. We are so soft.
I used to call us soft. I don't call us soft anymore. We're a bunch of pussies.
We even hold on, even our generation, because you and I are the same age, pretty much within like a year or so. So even even our dads would tell us that we were soft compared to the stuff they went through. But man, we are badasses compared to today's generation, right? At least we pushed lawnmowers and threw rocks at each other and had BB gun fights and all that kind of stuff, right?
Well, yeah, and you would get in fist fights to settle something.
Right. Be like, hey, Tony, bitch, meet me at the ball field at tomorrow at 5, and we're going to...
It was the bike rack or the flagpole after school.
I bet you never got any... Were you always real big? Real big?
I was always the kid in the school picture in the back row in the middle.
Right. But when did you start training? Like, when did you first get introduced to weights? Because I didn't get introduced to weights. Like, our weights wasn't even a thing, like, when I was in 6th or 7th or 8th grade. Not till, like, we were juniors did we start lifting weights.
I started lifting weights after watching Pumping Iron and Rocky.
Nice.
In mid to late 70s.
So you got an early jump on it.
10, 11 years old, but then... You know, my brother was like, "You got to chill with stuff." He's like, "More, just do more push-ups and stuff." He's like, "You're 11 years old. You're still growing." He's like, "You don't want to stunt your growth." And
well, John was just afraid you were going to get bigger than him and kick his ass. That's
probably. I never could kick his ass though.
Weren't you physically bigger than your brother? God bless his soul. But he had that. You know, when you were growing up with your older brother and he kicked your ass for so many years that he just has that kick-ass gene instilled into your brain that even though you're bigger, stronger, faster, he's still meaner and he's got you mentally screwed up.
He is always your bigger brother, no matter what.
How badass was he at Kent State, John?
He was a badass. I'll tell you what, he was one of the most credible people that I've ever met in my life, and I've met a lot of people, and there's a short list of people that I think are just different level. And he was one of those people, and he wasn't maybe blessed with the highest athletic ability, but he made the best of what he had, and he played pro 11 years in the Canadian Football League, and came out of Canada as to get out of Canada. And to get a scholarship to an American school back in the late 70s.
Yeah, you had to be really good because nobody really recruited up there. So in order to be recruited, you had to be really good to be able to be even found up in that big Northland of snow.
The Great White North.
Do you miss your country?
I miss the old Canada.
Right. Before Numbnuts Trudeau took it over.
Numbnuts, Numbnuts is an understatement for that guy.
Man, if he's so hated, why do people keep voting him in?
They don't. It's 2/3. It's 2/3 vote him in. The parliament or whatever it is.
And then they can call a vote. Like the party in charge can call a national vote when things are going well, which obviously will favor them because, momentum's on their side. It's very interesting. It's, in my opinion, they're still run by the monarchy in England.
I think so too.
Yeah. But everybody's worried about, the whole colonialism being such a patriarchy, but the matriarchy lasted for 70-something years with the Queen.
Yeah, true. I'm glad she's gone.
And then, of course, Anna runs that show. So it's like, it's a matriarchy.
Don't say that. He's going to hit me now.
Tony Mandrich on the phone. Tony and I have been. So let me just tell you, I'm a huge Packer fan. I think Tony, through our talks, can tell how good of I'm really a Packer fan. I'm a Packer fan to the point where I can say I went to a ball game at Milwaukee County Stadium. I probably know players that Tony doesn't know. I bet you Tony doesn't know who MacArthur Lane is. Do you know who MacArthur Lane was? No, he was the fullback that for John Brockington in 1972 for Dan Devine.
No, the thing I remember in 1972 was the Canada-Russia hockey series.
There you go. Meanwhile, if you're a Packer, you're a man that wore the uniform for 3 or 4 years, and you don't even know anything about the 72 Packers. The 72 Packers were the first year that they went back to the playoffs after Vince left. They had they sucked. They were horrible. And then they bring this guy named Dan Devine in, and they have one good year from an Ohio State running back named was John Brockington. And then they got a guy named MacArthur Lane, and the Packers made it back to the playoffs, but they got beat in the first round by Washington, and they thought, oh man, we're going to turn it around. And then Dan Devine went 4-10 the next year. And did you ever hear about this is how fanatic Green Bay fans are, which you called the town a village one time. They almost killed you. I
was a village idiot.
Yeah, you are. So did you ever hear about the time that they killed Dan Devine's dog?
No.
Yeah, so Dan Devine's the head coach of the Packers, circa 73. They're sucking. They're not doing good. And, in Green Bay, that's all they got. It's the Packers. They ain't got nothing else. Ain't nothing.
Right. That and paper mills.
Right, exactly. And sturgeon, fish, and shanties.
Right.
Yeah. And fish fries. And so Dan Devine's not having a good year. Somebody in the neighborhood killed his dog, and's like, listen, you need to get out of town or something like that. That's how crazy it is up there.
Right. Yeah. There's actually, I don't know if you know this. Somebody killed my dog.
In Green Bay?
In Green Bay?
Green Bay shot him. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I did not, because they didn't like you, or because he was trying to bite somebody, or.
So I lived out in the country, and I let it was a great German Shepherd, and I let him out, and he would just go, roaming around.
Sure.
Well, it was right when deer season started with rifle, and I know who did it.
Like a neighbor.
I've got his name on a short list. And
man, that guy needs to really watch out when you're on Tony Manridge's short list. This guy can snap at any time.
Well, I always say that the worst thing that could happen to that guy is that I get diagnosed with a terminal disease.
Right. Like say, hey, Tony, you know what? You only got 3 weeks to live. You'll be calling me up saying, Bubba, can you go to Green Bay with me this weekend? I need an alibi.
No, he had said he said that I was scaring deer off from where he was hunting, because he lived close to me.
Right.
And that's why he shot my dog.
Now, was this the first time you've ever told that story?
I think I've told it once before, but it's probably been over a couple decades.
Oh my God. And you know how us people that love our dogs and our animals, I know you have a big Newfoundland, don't you?
What's that?
Your dog now is a Newfoundland, isn't he?
He's the best.
And he's your world. That's your.
Yeah,
I mean, if you were walking out in the street and somebody was to mess with you, you go to jail and pummel that guy if they mess with your dog. Tony? How did you cope? How did you cope knowing that this guy shot your dog? And how did you? You were already jacked up on everything underneath the sun and messed up.
Well, yeah, but I'm jacked up on the wrong stuff. I'm jacked up on the mellow stuff.
No. At that time, you were jacked up on the mellow stuff?
Yeah, that was in Green Bay, my second last year. It was my last year in Green Bay in '92, and I was jacked up on opiates, so I was on downers.
Right.
So it wasn't. If I was jacked up on the other stuff, I probably would have right then and there.
If you would have been
involved, everything. Cops got involved. We wanted his gun, and for
ballistic test or something,
ballistic samples and all that shit. Well, I don't want to say that.
Sorry, that was just a reaction.
I got it.
Sorry.
But he screwed himself when he when he said, the dog, he didn't admit to killing the dog or shooting the dog, but when he said the dog was, chasing deer out from where I was hunting, it's kind of like self-incrimination. And I know what the guy was like. He was kind of like a neighbor, but we lived in a rural area.
Right.
And
he was kind of like, what you're trying to say is he was kind of a little short prick dick, one of those guys.
Times 10, yeah.
Yeah. Might even like the Bears, maybe even.
Oh God.
No, he was probably a Packer fan, but
So how did you cope? What did you do?
Well, I told him, I told him that I wouldn't forget, and
you won't.
And I didn't.
Wow. Anyway, the announcement we have is not about Tony killing some man in about 15 years in Green Bay. That's not what we're talking about. What it is
I would never do something like that.
I know you would not, buddy. You'd have an alibi. You'd be with me down here in Tampa, of course.
Absolutely.
So anyway, after I had Tony on, I asked Lummy, I said, Lummy, can you ask Tony if I can have his number? Because he was just like, He's just a regular dude, and I don't want to say I'm a huge fan of any Packer, but the Packers that I've had on over the years, I haven't really gelled. I did with Magic Man was kind of cool, but he was kind of freaked out about being like he doesn't want to be on the air very much. The Magic Man.
We said 27 surgeries.
Yeah. So all he wanted to do was promote his cameo, and so which is good. And
by the way, I have a cameo if anybody wants.
Do you?
Yeah, he does.
Good. Go get a cameo from Tony Mandridge. Now, Tony, will you wear like if it was a Colts fan, he's like, hey, I want you to be Colts centric, or if it was a Packer fan, can they guide you in that way?
Absolutely, any request they want, and obviously there's been more than a dozen requests I've turned down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just because it's like some of the stuff is just like a little bit over the top.
Oh yeah, like they want you to right.
They want me to wear and they want me to say stuff that is like, not like super bad, but it's just
it's not worth it being out there and then somebody come back and said, hey Tony, you said this. Next thing you know, you're canceled.
Right. I mean, you got to pay me more money than that I'm charging.
Right. Please, Tony is getting a lot of money for autographs nowadays. Please. I mean, no, but Tony, you probably still do some the autograph signings where they take you into a hotel room and you sign like 300, Michigan State number 79 jerseys, right?
We just did one. I just did one. Well, I shouldn't say just, but it was like last year before the Super Bowl.
You were 77 in Michigan State, 79 in Green Bay.
No. 79 at Michigan State, 77 in Green Bay, 79 in Indy.
Right. Now, what were you in high school?
74 at Kent Roosevelt High School in Kent, Ohio, the Rough Riders. And in Canada, I can't even remember. That was so long ago.
So Tony and I start talking. We've been on the phone, 2 or 3 times. We have a lot in common. So I had this idea. And Lummy, you're big on, and Rhett's big on, sports podcasting and things like that. And I said, Lummy, and you're a big Bucks fan, Lummy. I go, Lummy, is there any podcast that has like maybe a radio guy that's pretty good at interviewing, and then like a former Buccaneer that interviews former Buccaneers? And you're like, no, I've never heard of that. And so I did some searching around, and I went within the Packer niche, and I'm like, Packers, there's like probably 15, 20 decent podcasts, and the best podcast within the Packer world is the one that's actually sanctioned by the Packers, and it does pretty well. And so I get a hold of Tony. I go, hey Tony, you have a direct pipeline to these former players, especially in the era that you played for Green Bay. But it's also hard for a former player to tell another former player, no. It's kind of like an underwritten code where you're part of the club. So I'm like, let's do a podcast called Past Packers Podcast, and it'll be me, you, and then a past Packers. And so we got to talking back and forth, and Tony got us made a little logo we're gonna have, nice. And then on my screen behind me, I'm gonna have that logo intermittent with the Packers logo, intermittent with maybe our guest. And we're going to start doing a podcast. We're going to drop them on Thursdays at noon. We're going to tape them Monday, Tuesdays, or Wednesdays. And our first one, I think, is next week, right, Tony?
Correct.
And guess who Tony lined up, Lummy? Sterling Sharp.
Oh, nice.
I mean, not only is that, that's a good get by Skip Bayless's. Like that guy's a stud.
Yes.
And he doesn't do a lot of interviews. Like he doesn't do a lot of interviews.
And Sterling, even before the, talking about the podcast and stuff, Sterling was one of my favorite teammates that I ever played with at any level of football. Just a great guy, always worked hard. And you know what? We all know that I was not on a winning streak in Green Bay. And Sterling was one of those guys that was like just a solid guy that was always there and was always kind of like, I don't want to say he looked out for me, but he really, look, it's easy to kick people when you're down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like, but you remember the people that pick you up.
And I'm not going to mention the one particular guy. So, Lummy, we've been going through some names, right?
Yeah?
Me and Tony, we're going through some names. I'm like, hey, how about John Jerkovic, or how about Tim Harris or Chuck Cecil or Mark Murray? And Tony's like, oh yeah, man, whatever, I can get them. They're my boy, And then he goes, there's only, and I'm not mentioning Tony, out of respect, I'm not going to mention the name, but there's one name that damn near triggers him. Like it almost triggers him, and you mention this name, and he's like, oh, that guy, I will kick his ass. No way are we having him on the air. So there's only one guy that's on the no-fly zone in the Tony Mandarin's camp. Other than that, man, from MacArthur Lane to Mason Crosby, and by the way, to Coach Gruden, I got my Coach Gruden connect today, and I think we can have Coach Gruden on.
Oh, when you guys were mentioning the best Michigan State players, I said Andre Rison, which Andre Rison was actually in the same draft as Tony and played on the Packers in '96
when they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Was he a
Andre
good guy?
Rison was like one of the. I mean, he's in the top, for me, one of the top 10 best athletes I've ever been around.
Could you call Andre? And I mean, could we get that one? You think
we could get Andre?
Dion might be able to get us Andre.
Oh yeah.
See, we're gonna have to network a little bit here.
I think I can get Andre without Dion.
Now, being a former player, Dion, I did talk to Dion.
Dion's one of the top 2 best ever athletes.
Oh yeah. Bo Jackson or Deion Sanders, as far as I think.
Yeah, and I didn't play. I didn't play when Bo was I think Bo had already retired because he was hurt. But Dion was just I don't even know how to describe it. It was a different level. It was Reggie White was a different level, but as far as just grace and athletic ability, and the guy glided across the field, and the guys, look at what he's done with his life and his whole career. Is just
I know.
The guy keeps just grinding. It's awesome.
And I think he's going to absolutely kill it at Colorado. I really do. I mean, the program's so downtrodden. There's nothing but up, and half of football is just getting the guys to believe into your system. That's half of it.
Yeah. And look, Dion is our generation.
Yeah, he's same
old
age.
School, man. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything but do the work, do it right, and no bullshit.
He was. Did you hear what he did? So they were at the championship game for the HBC. What's it called? I mean, the
HBSU.
Yeah. So he was in the championship game, and he's got this policy. Dion is that if I call a 9 o'clock meeting, you better be there by. It's like Vince Lombardi stuff. It's you better be there at 9:50, and 9:55 is considered late, right? Even though a 10 o'clock meeting. So his son was the start. Shiloh was the starting cornerback, and he came in at 9:56. This is the championship game, and Dion said, "You might as well take your butt on out of here because you're not only not starting, you're not playing the entire game." And that was his son. I mean, I got mad love for that.
Well, listen, and his son should know better than anybody.
Yeah. Oh no.
Which is that's it's kind of like when we held meetings. If we had a 9 o'clock meeting, it really meant George Perlis or Nick Saban or that meant be there at 8:45.
Right.
I mean, it was
even being but even All Pro Willie, Big Ten All American World, even Tony Mandrich, big swinging D. You didn't roll in at 9:55, did you?
No, I knew better.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it was, you just don't do it. There's certain things that you just,
Now, were the softball girls at Michigan State, we were looking at this softball girl earlier, and boy, the softball girls in college have really changed. Back in the day, they were a little, linebacker-ish. Now they're pretty damn hot. I mean, how are the Michigan State softball team back when Tony Mandrich was rolling up and down as a Spartan?
I was so focused on football, I didn't have time for stuff like that.
Oh, you were killing it. You were slaying it. You were doing 2-a-days. We're doing 2-a-days, and I ain't talking about hitting a sled, bitch. Don't even lie. I'm telling you that right now.
We had a great softball team. We had a great field hockey team.
But at one time, Tony, and when you were your senior year and you're on Sports Illustrated and you were one of the most, were you literally walk around campus and people just freak out that you were oh my God, there's Tony Mandrich?
There may have, I do remember some instances like that, but within a minute of stopping and talking and we're BSing with the person, whether it was a guy, it was usually a guy, but it was a guy or a girl, they were kind of the guy's just a regular. I mean,
They're disappointed that you didn't rock star him.
right. But I didn't just blow
Like,
him
I want this
off.
guy to be way more of a dick. This guy's a regular farmer from Canada.
And listen, I don't, I was so focused. I think I know that I was so focused in college that it came across as being a dick to people. But I was like, you know what? I don't have time for distraction.
Right.
You gotta go to school, and I'm here for a purpose, and part of that purpose, or 50% of that purpose was to, make it to the next level.
And you did, my friend. So anyway, listen, Lummy, this is going to be, I've searched almost every team, and I cannot find a former player, a radio guy, and that's doing a podcast about former players. And Tony and I are going to start it. And our first one will be next Thursday. We'll drop it. We'll probably drop it in my world. And where I have it's going to have its own presence too, Lummy. But at first, we're going to put it on my world too to get a bunch of traction.
Nice.
And then put it over on its own world. And our first guest, and we'll find out what day we tape him, is going to be Sterling Sharp. And great get on that, Tony. And I'm so excited for.
He's awesome.
And you know what? We'll talk about, before I let you go, one of the biggest injustices is him not being in the Hall of Fame. Now, he's got a couple more years to make it in the senior deal. I think he makes it next year. He was a finalist this year.
It's a shame. And you look at his numbers and everything, and taking all things into consideration, it's a shame. It really is a shame to treat a player like that. And he did nothing wrong. He was and I do know that they look at off the field behavior.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything off the field that was like detrimental to the league or anything.
No.
Obviously I did.
Yeah. You were a complete F up.
Right. And it's like, but it's like it's such a joke, in my opinion, that he's not.
One of the most touching things ever is when his brother Shannon was inducted, and he said, the bad thing about it is I'm not even the most talented football player in the fame. I'm almost made me cry like a little bitch.
I know.
When's the last time Tony Mandrich cried?
It was during that interview that we did this last weekend.
Oh, with that general?
With that veteran.
You cried?
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Wow. And it was about.
I can't even call you a little bitch. I'd be afraid to get in trouble.
You know what? It was about him describing the state of this country.
Yeah.
And he wasn't being. He was being authentic, and he was being like. And it wasn't about him. Like, he wasn't even making it about him. He was like about his, all of his boys and stuff, and all the stuff they went through, and all the people he saw with half their faces blown off,
fighting for this country that's became
for this country,
for what it's become,
and then he's gotten to see what it's become, and the disappointment in his face and his voice. I was just like, I was like grinding my teeth not to cry.
Don't you wish, though, like a Fox or a CNN? Obviously, don't you wish that somebody would put a guy like that on and let him tell a story?
Well, I think who has, and I'm gonna give kudos and a promo to this guy. I've never met this guy, but I watch his podcast all the time, and it's a guy named Sean Ryan. It's the Sean Ryan Show.
I know who that is. Was he an ex-Navy SEAL?
Ex-Navy SEAL?
Yeah, I know.
I'll tell you what, his guests are absolutely off the charts. He just had, about 2 months ago, he had a World War II vet, a guy that was actually on Iwo Jima.
Right.
Who was a flamethrower. That's and he has long form podcasts, and it was absolutely like incredible. Like the stories that guy told. And then again, what that guy described as America and what he's seen and what he fought for made me go, what have we done? Or what have we not done? What has our generation not done, or, to let it get this far?
I don't think I don't even know where you begin to put your thumb on what we've all done wrong, other than the two-party system, and I don't know if it's fixable.
I think it's fixable one of two ways. You get there's either going to be a civil war, which may be necessary, which I'm okay with.
Can I be on your team, please?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want that.
I'll fly
so
out there, or you can fly over there, whatever team I need to be on. But I got some guns, and you got some size. So I mean, I think we'll be okay. Lummy, you're on my team too.
Perfect.
You
I'll bring my guns.
And me.
I don't care what team you're on, but
Why? I want to be on your team.
you're a little mouthy for our team, okay?
No, I'm your hype girl.
We'll send you out there to mouth it up, and maybe you'll take a lick, and then we'll come in from behind.
Hey! What a jerk.
Send her out there. See what
That could be
happens.
taken out of context.
Send the mouthy bitch out there. Yeah, it could be taken out of context in today's world. We could be fighting some. I'm not even gonna.
It's either gonna, you know what? It's disturbing. It's disturbing. It's and you know what? I'm let down. Look, when I was a kid in Canada, Canada is like America Light, right?
Right.
So it's like the dream, even as a Canadian, and we had great life, and it was like more or less a democracy. But it's like the dream was to make it at whatever you want to do in the States.
Right.
And now, if I was a kid, if I was a kid in Canada now, I'd
probably
I wouldn't know what I was. You know,
you'd probably be paying maybe a female shot putter or something. I don't know. It might be on some hormonal type of deal and be a female shot putter, which you'd win. You'd win the world finals on the deal, please. I mean, God.
You know, I could make a comeback as a lifter, power lifter, and
just cut your wiener right. You don't even got to cut your wiener off. You just tuck it. Just tuck your wiener, and ladies and gentlemen, Tanya Mandrich is now clean and jerking 585 pounds on the snatch. No pun intended. Tanya Mandrich.
What kind of a weightlifting place puts clean and jerk and snatch in the same person?
Yeah, and who wants to snatch? That's the hard. Which lift is when you got to go right from the ground over your head? Is that the snatch?
I don't know, but it's hard.
Oh, I know. Now, see,
clean and jerk. I think isn't that the clean and jerk?
No, the clean and jerk is where you go and then you just
Over
shovel
your shoulders.
right here.
Okay.
And then I think you can push it back up. Whereas the snatch,
Is that the snatch?
I
guess it is.
I think the snatch is when you get that real wide deal.
Yeah.
And then you just bring it right on up there like that.
Yeah, you go. Yeah,
Well,
you have to take it from the bottom to all the way above your head.
Yeah, I could
one
probably.
motion.
I could maybe do 85 pounds on the snatch right now.
Hey, listen, the snatch used to be a gender.
Yeah, now we turn. I think we're going to end it with that, Tony. I can't wait. Hey, so listen, I got all of our. I'm going to Zoom class on Monday here at work, and how to implement the logo and behind me, and send all the links and everything. And so we'll do Sterling on whatever day you decides, and then we'll drop it at noon on Thursday. Our very first Past Packers podcast, hosted by. Should I say? Should I say Tony and Bubba? Bubba and Tony? How we doing?
B is before T. The last time I checked, unless they've changed the alphabet.
I like Tony, but I like Tony and Bubba better because you got more standing into this. Damn, look at that bicep on the left.
Got shit.
Did you see that left side bicep?
I'm looking for a job.
It's a lot bigger than Macho's.
Yeah,
Hey!
man. So, Tony, I could go by my real name, Todd, the Todd and Tony Show. I could
Todd
go by,
and Tone?
Yeah, Todd and Tony Show.
Hey, listen, I've seen Anna's arms on some shows that I've watched when she's like done her fake yawn double bicep.
Right.
back.
Yeah.
And she knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, her arms are bigger than the guy that is
don't
behind.
say that. Now he's gonna hit me.
He's
Macho.
messaging me. He's messaging me and says, "Let him know that I got 18.5 here."
On which side?
On his biceps.
Oh, Macho
his right
Man.
one. His right one.
I was born with 18.5.
Yeah. Tony says 18.5 was fifth grade. Hey, Tony.
At least my right one was.
Now, do you have a dominant side? Like, do you have a dominant side as far as size?
No.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Right-handed. Right.
Yeah.
Now, did you prefer? When the Packers moved you down to guard for that 1 year? Was it easier? Was guard easier?
It was not playing. No position's easy, but
I know that.
It was definitely easier. It's you're in a box, right? You're fighting in a phone booth when you're guard,
right?
because you have a guy on either side. When you're a tackle, you're on an island, and when you're in a tackle on an island with Reggie White
and you got that 92 brother looking at you, snorting like a bull, who doesn't lift one weight but is stronger than all you combined.
And is still stronger.
Right. And he gives you that infamous hump move, and you look like an absolute. You look like an absolute buffoon.
He's smart as shit. Plays great with great leverage. Has all the moves. Has all the strength. And doesn't talk shit and still kicks your ass.
Yeah. Now, did he ever go, good job, 77? Like, did he ever, like, if you ever got a good one in on him?
I told you the story where he said God had nothing to do with it when I said the GD.
Right.
comment.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that
was funny. My boys back. I was walking back to the huddle, and my boys were laughing at me during the game. They were like, "Dude, he just manhandled you like on the play, and then after the." He told you to basically shut up.
Yeah, he basically made you his bitch.
Speaking of shutting up, Lummy, did you have a comment?
Bubba?
Yeah?
I've been instructed to give you the 35-minute warning.
Okay, buddy. Thank you.
It's only 10:09.
I'm going to wrap it up with Tony.
I love the stories. I'd love to sit here.
No, you don't. You're calling the kibosh on the story.
No, I'm sorry. That I'm instructed, or I will get in trouble. Sorry, Tony.
Yeah, 35 minutes, Tony.
It's all right,
my people, my workers.
I just want Anna to know that I do watch her show. I don't watch Lummy's though.
No, Lummy.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because I was, you know what, we talked about having, the coaches and doing everything your boss says. I follow, instructions.
Hey, that might be the drop of the day, Lummy. I watch The Honest Show, but not Lummy. From Tony Mandrich.
Thanks, Tony.
That makes you look like a real bitch, Lummy.
Yeah, I know. I was a big fan. Now,
Bye-bye.
And Lummy, I'll tell you to keep being a big fan too, bitch. You cannot not like Tony Mandrich. That's my boy. I'm telling you. Anyway, I'm
messing with you, Lummy.
I love you.
Yeah,
do you know Lummy's 6'6"? Do you know that?
Yeah, you told me. 6'6", like 190?
No, 6'6", 330, but soft as hell. Soft.
Yeah, I'm soft.
And you are coming to BARP, Tony, right?
Yeah, Tony, are you going to come to BARP?
January 12th to 14th ish.
13th. It's the Super Bowl of our show.
You got to come for it.
And it's where all the fans come, and you can stay with me, and it's a 3-day deal, and you can stay with me. So I'll do all your arrangements. So it's January 12th to the 14th,
something like that.
Yeah.
So I'll talk.
So it's during the playoffs.
It's the first round of. It's the first
11 through the 13th.
It's the first round of the wild card playoffs.
Yeah, January is a good year for me. Yeah.
Year?
Good year.
Yeah.
Nice.
January is a good month. Sorry.
How many concussions have you had there, buddy?
I don't know, Frank, but I'm
CTE in full effect.
Okay, James Campion. Good talking to you, buddy. All right, Tony. All right, Tony Moran.
You could have called me that one guy's name.
I did just now, Tony Moran. Hey, I can't wait to record this with Sterling, my friend. I'll get us all technically set up, and Tony, I look forward to doing that with you, buddy. And I'm just so honored to have met you, and I think we're gonna do good with this. I really do, bud.
I know we're gonna do well, and we're gonna, at worst, we're gonna entertain people.
Exactly, we are, because we're both pretty damn good at what we do.
Well, I mean, yeah, you are.
Well, you take good pictures too, buddy. All right, T. Hey, I'll be texting you later today. Okay, buddy?
Yeah, great. Sounds good.
Thank you, Tony.
All love to everybody, and have a great day, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
All right.
I love that guy. I love that a lot. Man, that's my boy. Lummy, that was the best score hookup ever.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, Lum.
Right from Jones Island, Hall of Famer, $50 on the Venmo in Las Vegas, Mario.
Sorry we're so late to all our affiliates, but I got Tony Mandrich, man. I can go hours with that dude. We'll see. Anna Hummel show.
Yep.
Anna, how about Tony putting over the the double buys?
I know, that's awesome.
And Clummy saying he hates your show.
I know. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council, co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal
disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repay the law.